Hey, what's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis podcast. This is your host, Vikka Draziv, guys. Welcome to the show. And yes, what an awesome show and a topic we have got today. Yeah, the optical sky, the crystalline dome, the holographic LED screen, if you want to call it. Like, it's so mysterious. We all are trying to figure out this amazing, intelligent creation. Like, always like gives us so much more questions than answer when we look above, right? This is not a part three of the final experiment talk, all right, so that the people know this is just a sub thread coming out of that podcast. Why? Because there's so much things can be comes into this factor, right? With these star trails, the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the eclipses, right? And so many other things come into this details we are trying to come with, trying to research this, the sky, the mysterious, right? So yeah, get comfortable, guys. Today's we have some amazing screen share to do. uh, Joe had shared some amazing stuff, and it was a good opportunity for us to expand on it, like just because we all also want to add thing to it and have opinion about more from Joe about this, so we all can understand it better, right? So as I say again, this is not the part three of the final experiment, but yeah, it's a thread. So let's jump in with it and say hello to our co-host all the way from New York, our brother Gene. How are you, brother Gene?
Hey guys, what's up? Vika, good show, bro. I'm really glad that you were able to hook this up today on short notice, and thanks to Joe for being here, bro. You're so diesel, bro, and he's doing such outstanding work. I'm always looking forward to what he's got next. So yeah, without further ado, guys, welcome to the show and have a great time. Get your popcorn out, maybe get a pen and piece of paper, write down some notes, and enjoy. Have fun, guys.
Oh yeah, and we will love questions from the chat too. And a big shout out to our brother Psychedelic who is there in the chat. Wasn't able to join us today due to work, but yes, he will be listening in. Amazing podcast last week with him and Dave. Big shout out to Dave too. And yes, we have Keith. Keith, how are you, Keith? How are you doing?
Hey Vika, hey Joe, hey Gene, doing real good. I'll just
So,
I'll hang with you a few minutes. I got my kids here at the beach. We're gonna have to head home here shortly, but I'll be checking out all of Joe's work later. Yeah, last week was awesome with Joe and psychedelicazationism. In fact, I just had a friend here on the beach. I just made him go follow psychedelics page on TikTok. But yeah, this should be a great show. I plan on listening to the whole thing maybe as I'm driving tomorrow. Had something I was going to share with you guys on a TikTok live a few minutes ago. There was a geography educator in there, and he's leaning more towards flat Earth now. I said because he's been listening for weeks to the flat earthers and the globers go back and forth, and he said the thing that seems apparent about the flat earthers is they actually do research, and the globers all they do is repeat. So yeah, good observation, bro. The flat earthers do actual real research, and the globers just repeat what they were indoctrinated with. So a big distinction, big difference. And Joe, Joe's a perfect example of someone in the real world doing research, figuring things out for himself instead of just believing and repeating what someone else said. So I'm sure it's going to be a great show tonight.
Yeah, brother, we know you're putting a lot of energy there on TikTok with those Glovers, but yeah, keep it going, keep it going. Yeah, you'll get it. And yes, absolutely. Big shot, Joe. Thanks for your time with us. And absolutely, he's doing some real tangible stuff. It's not fake mathematics there, like in the air. What if, what that. It's like real tangible stuff. This is what we are all about, right? Tangible stuff, things that you can see, you can visualize, you can conceptualize. Just numbers here and there, and pseudoscience is not going to help anybody, right? So this is what we are trying to do, like with all the gadgets and all the radars, with the flatten the curve, the mechanical realm, right? So real science, observable science, repeatable science, That's what it's all about. So, Joe, we love your stuff, brother. That's why, and we want more of it, and we want to share. So, welcome, and yeah, how you doing, brother?
Doing well, man. I'm glad to be here. Appreciate you having me. Um, yeah, I mean, I agree. We're in a society where we have turned our brains over to authority, and we seem to be okay with that. And I think it's because we've been raised from the time of birth to do that, so we don't see anything wrong with it. Fortunately, there's a lot of people waking up to, hey, that's not okay. I want to use my brain. I want it to be my brain. And I don't want to just hand over my thoughts and what I believe and what I think to an authority that tells me something because they're some smart guy, like we've lost the ability to critically think for ourselves due to the brainwashing, the lies, the programming. And unfortunately, it's a mass type deal where the masses are under this spell. I mean, I think every one of us were under it at some point, and luckily we've broken free, and now we're trying to discover the secrets of the universe, which is cool to me. But thanks for having me, man. I'm glad to be here.
Oh, yeah, brother, absolutely. And this is the thing. Water does play a important role in what we see above, right? Water is almost like liquid crystals, right? Able to, like a superconductor of sound and light. So you speak about superfluid, right? And it does play a part there also in the way we see. Maybe it's more holographic, maybe it's the sound, like the importance of sound is also taken into consideration, right? When we speak about luminescence is happening, right? The liquid is there, so all the factors, all the ingredients are there. So this might look like a symphony, like a song, like a notes, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, everybody knows I'm a biblical cosmologist, and the same scripture that's on Warner von Braun's tombstone is one that I love, which is Psalm 19:1, and it says that the heavens are declaring his glory night after night. They're pouring forth speech. But the scriptures in themselves talk about how everything is singing to the creator. Like there's this great symphony going on that we can't hear it right now because we're in the temporal and not the eternal. So like, for instance, this is kind of off topic, but if you look up cricket singing, and cricket singing slowed down to human lifespan, and it produces like this symphony of music that is just supposedly unmatched anywhere. And I think that's cool. Even the crickets are singing to the creator. But yeah, everything as far as like, one thing about the superfluid would be that because it's a super ionized gas, so it's going to be very capable of producing light. And light is frequency, and frequency is sound. So all these things are interconnected. That's why Nikola Tesla said, if you want to know the secrets of the universe, think in energy, frequency, and vibration. So, or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but something to that effect. And yeah, I mean, when it comes to water is outside of electricity and magnetism and frequency, is the key to everything. Came out of the water. Our DNA is a crystalline form of water created by frequency. So, I mean, yeah, you're right. Water is a huge key to it all.
Yeah, sound, electromagnetic frequency, vibrations, like yeah. For example, even the dolphins, right? They create by moving the water. They can create light. There is also some. There might be other creatures might be also doing that, right? So it's crazy. Yeah, as you said, also the water. It's the majority of it, like it's the healing frequency also in a way, right? 258 liquid crystal. Absolutely. So yeah, I want to, because if we say sound also when seen visually, I don't know, I don't think a lot of people understand the concept of seeing sound. It's almost like a sacred geometry, like almost patterns as these luminaries create, right? The real mathematics we humans learn because of these stars, the way they move, the way in synchronicity of it, the precision of it, right? That's why the math was invented, not because when Newton came and made the Principia, right? Then when maths and the law of mathematics came, no, the law of mathematics comes from the sky, right? The way these things moves in precision, and even the maths that comes out of it, right? So yeah, it's amazing stuff. You shared that image. I'm going to share here. You can tell us about that. One moment. If I have here. All right, this image. You said, yeah, you made this image. Yeah, just a second. If you want to speak about this, Joe.
Yeah, this is a magnetic field under a ferrocell, and they've just highlighted different magnetic zones with colors. So what you're getting is in that center, you kind of get that Star of David pattern, and then those black zones kind of represent what we're thinking the sky is doing. And what I mean by that, like, let me pull this up and show this in the background while we're talking about that, and maybe this will help. So basically, we're kind of looking up at a sky like that. So we're kind of, and now, again, this is just conceptualize and visualize. I'm not saying that it looks exactly like this. We're just kind of conceptualizing. Now, pull that one you had back up. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. No,
Just a second.
yeah,
Yeah, just a second.
there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that image, like where those black zones are around that would be these zones at anti-arc. So the luminaries have an apparent anti-arc, but they're not really moving anti. They're moving the same direction. It's just an apparent thing based off of how the sky is presenting the light to us below it. So in each one of those zones, you see that magnetic field would be kind of an anti zone. So anybody face in the southern area facing towards that zone would see an anti motion of the luminaries above them versus what the north would be showing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah.
And we know that Earth is a magnetic field, and the magnetic field fluctuates and varies. We know that much. So it could very well look something like that. And we have these zones. And this also explains why you would see the 20, if I believe the 24-hour sun does happen, but let's just say if, because I've never been there, I don't know, I can't confirm that myself. Let's say if it does happen and it's happening in each one of these zones, that explains why everyone in Antarctica can see it at the same time. Well, not exactly the same. They would all be witnessing the 24-hour sun simultaneously. Its position in their view would be relative to their time zone, or if you think about this magnetic field picture here, whichever zone they're standing in looking at the sky on that outer edge in that black region. So that black region would be the 24-hour circling sun in that region.
Yeah.
But it also happens with the star trails. This is what's causing the star trails to have that apparent anti-motion. It's not a real anti-motion because everything's moving in one motion. It's just the apparent anti-motion, which we'll see in some videos that you're going to share in a minute. But that applies here as well. So you get that anti-motion no matter which way you're looking south, as long as you're in the night zone.
Yeah, and including the star trails, including the luminaries, the sun and the moon and the eclipses, right? It has to play part in all, right? Because if the central disk is the main sky that we all know of, the sky map, with the Polaris in the center and the main constellation, and with the Orion almost at the equator, and as you say, projected because of that, maybe it's the way as we shared in the last podcast, right? As you are showing also like the down part of the diamond, the Star of David, right? So could be like when those that sun is almost like going on the tip of the Star of David is when it's really having those 24-hour sun in those zones.
Yeah, when it's out near Capricorn, yeah. So like, for instance, in this, so Capricorn will be really close to that outer edge. And when it's out there in each one of these zones, you would get that anti-motion of the sun. And people are like, well, then we'll know because it's a reflection. Well, in my opinion, inside of this dome type system that we're in, something similar to this, I've kind of lost my train of thought. You're getting these anti-rotation patterns no matter where you're looking, and it's because the sky itself is causing that pattern. I don't think the dome is exactly like this type of dome, but what it represents and what it shows is it shows how it's moving the light and manipulating the light in the realm to cause these phenomena that we see above us. Like if you look really closely here on the picture that you've got showing, I'm pointing to the same picture. And if people will look at that, you can see, you see one rotation, you see another rotation, you see another rotation. Well, on the back side, there's another rotation. And then at the top, so it's got this flower of life pattern happening all the way around in all the southern skies, but there's only one rotating star field projected into this. It's not multiple, it's just one. It's just the way this dome structure is manipulating the light for us to see it the way we do.
Yeah, almost in a way, almost in some part looks like three-dimensional, right? And when we spoke about the gears within the gears, so there has to be some points where this central thing is projecting in every part of this dome.
Yeah, I personally believe that about all the luminaries. I believe that if we look at it from a scientific perspective, that they are all projections or reflections or refractions of some sort within this dome system. Now, whether they're coming from the inside or the outside, we don't really know for sure. And it would work either way, whether they're coming in from the outside or they're coming up from the inside. It works either way. My current theory on where they're originating from is Earth's electromagnetic field. And so basically you have all of Earth's energy and electromagnetism and electricity and frequency and everything coming up. So it's coming up from the surface, and then it culminates at a central point and is refracted back down into all the luminaries we see within the superfluid. That's where I think it's coming from, personally, right now. Now, there's other theories of it coming from a central projection point. That's one theory where it's being projected from a central projection point up to the sky above us. And then there's other theories that it's coming from outside, that the luminaries are actually just outside the physical dome and they're being projected in and hitting our superfluid, and we see them in that superfluid. There's several different theories, but the one I hold to currently is that it's actually the surface of Earth coming up. All of that energy comes up, gets collimated by the toroidal field to a refraction point, and then comes back down to be the sun, the moon, the stars, the wandering stars, and all of that above us.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. For example, in the Vedic cosmology, it is said that the central axis, which is the North Pole, there's an invisible string that is connected to all the luminaries. Like all the luminaries, in a way, is connected to the North Pole or the central axis or the Mount Meru, if you want to call it, or the cosmic mountain or the Mount Olympus. That's why it had the importance, right? Always connected to it. Like the whole sky projection and everything above has to do something with the center. It's just another way of showing that the possibilities of what could be happening, like a connection to the central axis, right? Could be a projection, how it shows in the Masonic model, right?
Yeah.
Hey guys, Dr. Frankenstein in the chat just pointed out something really cool. That looks like an eye right there.
Oh yeah, like there's a lot of that symbolism within our, and that's, you know, when we see these symbols that are used by the wicked liars of this world, what they've done is they've taken symbolism from creation and made these symbols to serve their evil agendas or to use in their evil agendas. That doesn't necessarily make the symbol evil in and of itself, because everything from creation.
Now they just like to make things, you know, they twist it around so it really doesn't like, you know, it doesn't resonate with a lot of us. Well, not anymore, at least, right?
Yeah, we're breaking free from it finally.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a lot of people wake up, which is really cool. I think the last time I checked, a somewhat accurate poll, supposedly, you know, we don't really know how accurate it is. We didn't do it ourselves, but at roughly 700 million people are either leaning towards flat Earth or questioning it. So
Really?
that's no small number.
Yeah, right. And if the entire count is accurate, that's quite a nice percentage. It's 15% or so.
Well, I think it's less than that actually. It would be 7-8% maybe. I don't know. I have to check the math, but something like
that. Oh yeah, all right.
Because I think they say there's 8 billion people. So what?
Oh yeah, so it'd be more like yeah, you're right. Definitely closer to 10 than 15. But even still, that's, I don't know what the 100th monkey is, but they sure don't want us getting there.
Yeah, that's for sure. So yeah, if you want to show that video, Vikka, where I kind of show how the dome changes that one field into multiple, I can kind of explain that.
Hey, hold on one sec. What was it? Garth Peterson in the chat was asking whether or not that's you know, kind of what did he say here? Oh, he said they could also be the windows where the firmament was opened. Those 6 points of darkness, I think he's talking about. Anything to that? Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really associate that with the windows of heaven. But then again, you know, I don't rule out any possibility. So yeah, I mean, it could be a possibility for sure.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, thanks for those guys.
You know this site called Stelvision?
I didn't hear you.
There's a site called Stelvision.
Stellar Vision?
Yes, Stelvision. I have it on the screen right now. So this one I shared on TikTok and with a lot of flat earthers, and now many people are using this. It's a site where you can go and put your location and you can see the sky above you exactly, right? A 3D. If you're in the northern hemisphere and you put your location, you can see exactly what is above, and you can see the luminaries and the sun and the moon. If you're into astronomy, this site can really help a lot, right? So I feel like this is like a digital Antikythera mechanism, right? The central sky, right, with the North Pole in the center, and you can play around with this. You can go ahead in time, you can go back in time, you can see the exact positions of all the luminaries, the stars, and everything, right? It's like having a top view, above view of the sky. This is the sky map, right? This doesn't change, it just spins around, right? So all the other phenomena happening on the southern part, like, could be playing, like, as we spoke about, that could be the inverted rotation or a projection of this main sky map, right? So if this would be in the central part of the Star of the David, right, for example. Yeah, it's amazing site for flat earthers. A lot of people started using it. It's called Stell Vision, right there. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
yeah, go ahead.
It's basically a planisphere. Just
Exactly.
the way you describe it is a planisphere that you can actually manipulate through time, which is cool.
Oh yeah, I think this is the real model. For example, this is the real model. Also, in a way, it's a digital form, but this is what the Antikythera mechanism is. Also, in a way, right? So speaking about the dome and the projection, right? What we saw before here, the Antikythera mechanism was also known as a cosmograph. Was also known as a planetarium. If you see the ancient planetarium, the old ones, they used to reflect it from the center,
Yep.
right? And it was the Antikythera mechanism was the main part in showing that projection, because it was showing the real positions of the luminaries, right?
Yeah.
Playing and showing that in a way. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've always found planetarium. Once I became a flat earther, I found planetariums to be quite hilarious. Like, you can do a level surface and watch them project all of the onto a dome above you.
The irony.
Funny.
Oh yeah, they were using this gear technology analog machine to show the real positions of the luminaries. That's why the Antikythera mechanism, the real word is a cosmograph. The real word is a real planetarium, a portable planetarium, a portable cosmos. What are they showing? They're showing the real geocentric sky, how it's above us, right? Exactly like how we have this in this image, or in other geocentric representation, what we show with the flat Earth. Yeah, amazing stuff. I'm gonna show the video, which I wanted to show. Which one was this? 1 second. Yeah, this is also from.
So everybody wants to know how opposing star trails, anti-star trails work. Um, why things in the north appear to go one way and things in the south appear to go the other way. Here you go. So you've got your rotating star field here, and it's going this way, whereas
Do you
here
have
in
the
the
other
south,
video?
it looks
The
like
second one I did?
they're going opposite to one another.
Yep. I have that. We'll play that also after. You want me to play this before, or the other one first?
Just skip this one, go to the other one, because I think it's going to allow me to explain it a little better. Plus, the
Okay.
perspective's a little better on that video.
Okay. Give me a second.
If everybody can see my screen, like right here, this is a top-down shot of what he was just showing. So you see there's just one star field in
Now,
there.
what this video is
This
showing
one?
is the day
No,
and night
the
zone
other, the
with
other,
the
The
rotating
other
star
one?
field in
the
the
other
night
star
zone,
show. But
and
where
then
I
the
was
day
looking
zone.
up from the
Each one of
bottom, and
those
then
slices
the exposures
represents a
and
4-hour time slot. Now what I'm going to show is a couple of things, but the main thing is to show how
This one?
the
No, it was the other star trail
larger
video.
dome
I had two.
is being.
Let me see if I can find it.
It was a 2-minute short.
Maybe.
You want to play it on your screen? Because I just have the one I showed before, the Star Trail one.
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm trying to find it.
Okay. So I'll remove this so you can share it.
That was it. That's not gonna play. All right, you can see the singular rotating star field on top of the dome. Why is it doing that? Yeah, that's it. I think I'm probably gonna have to log back in for whatever reason. It's not allowing me to show it. Huh. Yeah, that's what it was.
So everybody
You just
wants
have
to
this
know
one.
how opposing
No,
star
not that.
trails and
Oh, the one you have of a half an hour video, you mean? That
No,
was half an hour.
no.
No.
It should be the last one I downloaded to YouTube.
No, I just found the last three. This one, the star one, this one, which shows like from far, it shows like a one rotation, but once you enter inside, it shows like a different rotation. That one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, because yeah, I was looking for that one. I don't know. I don't know if it's the same, but
Here it is.
you found it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this one out from here. All right.
So you probably can't see it that well, but I'll bring you in so you can see. And then when I come in, you see how it kind of turns into two. It's one field, but when you come in, you get this apparent anti-rotation in the southern zone. And then at the end of this, I add in a couple of long exposures. So here you can see it's just one rotating field. But when you come in, it's like it starts to flower off into this flower of life pattern to where you can kind of see it to where now it looks like two fields in the camera, but there's actually more than that going on that I can see. You probably can't. It's kind of like a flower of life pattern around the inside of the dome. And at the end, I add in these long exposures, and you can see when I add the long exposures in, you can see the southern rotation, the equatorial rotation, and the northern rotation. And so, but anywhere I move the camera, so if I just rotate the camera around the dome, this is going to follow. Just like when you're driving and you see like it looks like the moon's following you or the sun's following you. That's how this would do. So you would see this no matter where you're at in the southern zone. If you're in the night and you're looking south, you're going to get this apparent anti-rotation to the true rotation. But there's only one rotating star field rotating one direction. But, you know, one of the biggest things globe proponents always say is show us star trails, show us star trails.
Mm.
And then you show it to them and how it can work. And they say, oh, that's stupid. Or no.
Yeah, because they don't believe in the dome though. That's part of it.
But I mean, they don't have anything intelligent to say. They just say nuh-uh or that's stupid or
it can't work in space.
Yeah, for all these years you've been asking us to show it to you. Somebody finally shows it to you, and your best thing is nuh-uh. So, but yeah,
Joe, that video. Yeah. So, did you project something on that dome, or how do you make that digitally? The ones you saw the stars, because
No, I physically project the stars into the dome with a star projector.
nice, nice. And you could, because in the video you can see it really clearly. Like you see different motions in different direction. As you enter inside with the camera, it literally it just starts going in every direction in a way. Yeah, this thing, because I was trying to look for it. I thought I had this one in that video, but it's not there. You see how our depends on where you are, and the central line could be the equatorial line, right? It's crazy. And as you're saying, it shows like a flower of life in every direction, because you are trying to record this from one angle. So any angle you enter, you're going to have the same phenomena, right?
Yeah. So yeah, you can see how it's going. Just as I move closer and further, you can see how it goes from looking like, oh man, what the heck? You guys there? I just,
Yeah, we hear you.
I thought I dropped out. Anyway, so yeah, you can see as I come in and I focus on the southern part of the sky right here, it looks like the rotation flowers off. It kind of flowers off and creates, but there's only one star field projected here. And like I said, no matter, I could move my camera all the way around and you would watch that southern zone move with it. So it's just the way the celestial dome is manipulating the light that's causing the phenomenon. And
100%, bro.
Is it possible, Joe? Is it possible to record like that flower some way, like that central part?
yeah, well, I can kind of
I know it's not easy. But
pull
for
that.
sure we can. Yeah.
Hold on one second. Let me see if I can pull this picture up. You can kind of see it in the, and you've got this picture. It's the one I sent to you.
Yeah.
But in this picture here, yeah, like, so what you're looking at is you got one rotation here, right? So one rotation here, and then you got another one over here.
Yeah, you can see that.
And then you got another one over here. And then you got one that's dead center of the top. And then just like this one here, you got another one of those on the other side. So you see that flower. There's 5 different rotations right there, but there's only one star field being projected in. So you get that flat flower of life. There's actually more than that, but that you can see in this picture, there's at least 5 that are visually able to be seen. And that's just showing you that flower of life type rotation within the dome.
Holy. Nice, bro. Nice.
And let me see. I think I've got another picture here. I don't want to do that. What the heck?
So everybody wants to know how.
So if you want, I can play the other video.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
And we can go from there. One moment.
There we go. Hold on. All right.
You find it?
Yeah, this is the video.
Now what I'm going to show.
All right, you can see the scene. I can't get it any bigger though. Oh yeah, you can play that one. That will.
Okay.
That one.
Yeah.
It's got to do with the lunar eclipse.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you're trying to understand the sky, everything falls there. The sun, the moon, the eclipses, the luminaries. So yeah, we can discuss this too.
Is a couple of things, but the main thing is to show how The larger dome is being seen by every individual as their own personal perspective, a shrunken down version of what's going on in the larger part, the celestial dome above us. So you've got the sun here, and over here, so the sun is out near Capricorn at this point, and over here near the equator towards Cancer, in that zone, depending on where the sun is beyond the equator towards Capricorn, when this coffee cup caustic zone happens north of the equator northward, this is what it looks like. Now, this whole zone is going to be in the red spectrum, the far red. So you're not going to see it with your eyes because we can't see into the far red with our eyes. But
So, Joe, this is just a projected light, right? You are projecting the sun.
Yeah. So if you look at the light source on the one side that represents the sun, it's kind of right dead center at the bottom of the screen there, in between in that 4-hour time zone.
Yeah.
Across from the coffee cup caustic. So that represents the sun. It's being projected, and the sun is out closer to Capricorn at this point, and you're getting this coffee cup caustic zone that's kind of near the equator, between the equator and Cancer, that's really defined at this point. The coffee cup caustic is always there, but it changes slightly dependent upon where the sun is in its route or circuit, if you want to call it, between Cancer and Capricorn.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why we can have lunar eclipses in the north and in the south, because that coffee cup caustic is always present to some degree. It gets more defined at specific points, and when it gets more defined and the full moon crosses the ecliptic into that zone is when we get the blood moon lunar eclipse.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is the thing, that this light phenomena, you created it, right? It's not just a video effect, right?
Yeah,
It's just a simple light projecting as a sun, and you can see that effect on the main dome and on a personal dome.
I'll do it right here for you right now, so people can see. So you got the dome, right? And if I put it, see, coffee cup caustic.
But it's on both the sides. It's on the top and bottom, right?
What do you mean?
The same effect you have on the downside of the screen, because
one side you just have the sun. You can kind of see it there. So one side you've got the sun, the other side you've got the coffee cup caustic.
Oh, okay.
But in that coffee cup caustic, certain times there is a circular pool of light in the far red, roughly the same size as the sun. And being that the moon is the same size as the sun, when it moves into that circular pool of light that's in the far red, you get the lensing effect that causes the blood moon. So when it first starts to when the full moon first starts to enter, you can see that kind of curve where the light curves before you get to that central pool of light, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you play the video, I'll explain it, but I'll explain it real quick, and then you can play the video, and I kind of explain what the moon does. But the full moon crosses the ecliptic, and as it starts to cross the ecliptic and it moves into that coffee cup caustic zone, when it first hits that curved area that you see, you get that black shadow, that curved looking black shadow. Then as it moves closer to that circular pool of light that's in the far red, you get the reddish shadow and then the black shadow. So you got that two shadow line, the red and the black. Then when it moves fully into that circular pool of light in the far red, it goes full, the lensing effect takes full effect. It becomes red, the blood moon. And then as it moves out, you see that red shadow and that black shadow. Then the red shadow goes away and you only have the black shadow. Then when it moves out completely, it goes back to being a bright full moon. So I'll point that out in a second. just play the video and I'll kind of explain it and be pointing to it so people can visually see what I just said.
Oh, let's check it out.
But when it happens like this, it can be spotted for a brief period with the right cameras. If you're looking for it and you know it's going to be there, you can see it with the right equipment. It's very faint, but it really gets exposed in the lunar eclipses. And so I'm going to explain the lunar eclipse, and just imagine that this person is seeing what I'm explaining happening in the larger scale, because you can see they're clearly looking at the same scenario, just to their own perspective. So a lunar eclipse, when the moon. Now what I'm going to show is a couple of things, but the main
Sorry,
thing
guys,
is
I
to
just
show how the main thing is to show how, because we can't see into the far red with our eyes, but when it happens like this, it can be spotted for a brief period with the right cameras. If you're looking for it and you know it's going to be there, you can see it with the right equipment. It's very faint, but it really gets exposed in the lunar eclipses. And so I'm going to explain the lunar eclipse, and just imagine that this person is seeing what I'm explaining happening in the larger scale, because you can see they're clearly looking at the same scenario, just to their own perspective. So a lunar eclipse, when the moon.
Oh, it's not letting me play the whole video. It's crazy. It's supposed to be 8-minute video.
That's crazy. I'll show this real quick though, on my screen. It's kind of hard to see on this screen, but
Oh yeah.
this right here, let me move the cursor out of the way. That right there is the blood moon on 11/8 of 2022, and we were flying at 10,511, somewhere roughly around 10,500 feet over Georgia and South Carolina for the entire eclipse, where we filmed and photographed it. Interestingly enough, right here, this is in the morning sky. So you can see here when I zoom out, the clouds down here at the bottom. So this is the morning sky. That blood moon is well above the horizon still in the morning sky. So that right there falsifies the shadow of Earth Umbra teaching, the Umbra shadow of Earth Umbra teaching. So I tell people, I have literally falsified the version of the lunar eclipse that they tell us happens. So we have literally, this is beyond a selenelian. This is a full eclipsed blood moon on the morning of 11/8/22. There were 3 other witnesses in the airplane with me, and we all saw the fully eclipsed blood moon and the sun breaking the eastern horizon at the same time. I've got timestamp photos of it, so I'll show you another one. This is zoomed in a little bit, so that's that same picture zoomed in with my P950 in the airplane.
Wow.
So we know it's not Earth's shadow. And this is the thing about the globe. We have falsified the globe, period. It's been falsified. So we have to find we have to figure out what our sky and what the luminaries and what the celestial bodies actually are, because they're not what they told us they are. And this is one of the reasons why I think I'll show you, matter of fact, we'll look quick. This picture right here is the sun breaking the horizon as that full moon is in the morning sky. So we have to figure out what these luminaries are. They're obviously not what they told us. So I find it weird when globers or flat earthers say, well, this would only work this way. and or they say it can't work that way. Like, there's so much we don't know that for us to make that kind of statement, like, that's, in my opinion, it's super arrogant and just errant to think that way. Like, that's really putting your thought process inside of a box to me. And I think we've got to break free from that and say, look, if we're inside of a toroidal enclosure of some sort, and our atmos is completely different than what we've been told for the most part, and the luminaries are completely different from what we've been told, then there's a whole lot of variables that we don't know about that can cause a whole lot of phenomenon that don't seem to make sense because we've been raised in a false reality.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely, brother. So I had one question, brother. What do you think is making that light curve right there in this coffee cup caustic phenomena? There's something curving the light. There's a shadow. What is happening there?
That's you're talking about how it curves into a point like that.
Yeah, yeah.
That right there, that curved point is caused by the dome itself. That is the coffee cup caustic zone. So when you pull up coffee cup caustic, it's going to show you that, and it's going to show you that circular pool of light there.
Right. And don't you think could be also the electromagnetic field or the central vortex playing a phenomena with light and electromagnetics? That's why it's creating that curve effect of light. And the eclipses are happening in particularly in that zone.
Yeah, I personally, I think that that everything is, I mean, the electromagnetic field is coming into play with everything. So yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah, because I did mention in some of my podcasts and also in the debate with McToon I had on Jeranism that the eclipse, one of the possible why the lunar eclipses were happening is because of the electromagnetic fields playing a part because of the central vortex, and it's creating a distortion in the light and creating a, because of the Faraday effect of light with electromagnetism creating a distortion, right? So in a way what we're seeing here, like when we speak about the ferrocell design viewers and the people share about the toroidal field, right? It in a way looks like that, like it's opening up from the central vortex and creating that path, right? Because if you see, yeah, if you want to add something.
Yeah, I mean, like this zone right here it's the way the light wraps around the dome, and then because like if the video would play all the way, which I can play it here and show you,
Yeah,
this zone changes as the sun
moves.
yeah, as the sun moves in and out between the tropics. This changes, but it's always there to some degree. So it'll move back and forth, back and forth. And when the moon moves in right here, when it starts to enter that little curved zone, you get that black shadow that starts on the face of the moon. Then as it moves further and starts to hit that circular pool of light, you get the red shadow and the black shadow. So you kind of got that double shadow line on the lunar eclipse. And then when it moves fully into that circular pool, that's when you get the blood moon, the lensing effect that causes the full blood moon. Then as it moves out, you get the red shadow and the black shadow. Then the red shadow goes away. The black shadow is all that's left. And then as it moves out of that zone completely, you see the full moon again. And this happens in, about a 12-hour period, roughly. But when it starts to stop now, as it's really about 2 hours in most cases from the time it starts to enter that zone
to the time it leaves that zone. So, but it sets up for it in about a 12-hour period, and then about 2 hours of that period, roughly about an hour and 45 minutes of that period, you'll see the eclipse take place.
Oh yeah, and did you see that in some eclipses you can see that the shadow turns a few degrees?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
along the side, right?
let me see if I can show you that. So let's see.
I think it could be because of that. It's coming to that point where is that shadow right there in the vortex, and it looks like it's turning because it's just the shadow right there and curves in a way, right? Could be.
So like this right here, this is me like doing a little diagram for how it's solar, but the lunar kind of works the same way. If you just think of this as the coffee cup caustic, as it crosses into the zenith point where that coffee cup caustic is opposite the sun, then you get the shadow moving down in a way. It kind of rolls across and doesn't just go straight across. It kind of rolls across to our perspective. So you see there how it starts, and then it kind of rolls across and then goes out. And it's all about perspective. It's the way we're looking up at this sky and seeing this phenomenon happen.
Now,
Oh yeah. So this is the thing. Do you think that it's possible with this setup some way to recreate an eclipse there with more time, with more?
I've already done eclipse videos. They're on YouTube. Now, I haven't actually physically made it happen inside of the model yet, but I've shown how it's happening and shown how that blood eclipse happens by using these same explanations and the same phenomenon.
Oh yeah, that's why it could be interesting to recreate that in this dome, because already having this effect with the sun and the caustic effect, right? The star, how they are moving. So yeah, could be a good input to literally make those things happen right there, right? With time, I'm not saying now, right? For sure, we all have to dig in more and look in more how it's possible.
Yeah, and like for instance, I'll show this picture again. So this kind of just shows right here, you're seeing what I've done is I've poured water into the dome. So this is like we're looking up at the ceiling. And now, again, it's not perfect. It's just a conceptual way of showing what's happening. So this is the sun coming in, and you can see it's in a very blue-white spectrum. But over here on this side, you get this red spectrum. And that's what the coffee cup caustic would be in. It would be in that red zone. So that's why you get that blood moon color when the eclipse moves into that zone. And that also explains redshift and blue shift. I believe there's a lot more to redshift and blue shift than just that. But redshift and blue shift is a result of not only the superfluid ceiling, the dome, magnetism, and Rayleigh scattering, which is caused by the atmos or the superfluid or the sky above us, whatever people want to say. But it's all explainable. Like within our model, we can literally explain all the difficult things like the red shift and blue shift, which is a big thing. Globe proponents are like, well, explain red shift and blue shift. Okay, it works better for us. It actually hurts you guys. Even Hubble admitted that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we can explain red shift and blue shift. We can explain the movements of the luminaries. We can explain how the luminaries are even existing, how these lights are even existing, because the superfluid accounts for that. The superfluid also gives us our second level Gaussian surface. So because we have horizontal equipotential lines of voltage on Earth, we need 2 level Gaussian surfaces to produce that, which we can reproduce in a lab by having 2 level 3D Gaussian surfaces. Well, the floor is one of those surfaces, our dielectric plane of inertia, and then the superfluid ceiling is that second level Gaussian surface. So the superfluid gives the answer for horizontal equipotential lines of voltage within our system. It explains the lunar eclipses. It explains the solar eclipses. It explains how the sun and moon are coming into existence. It explains how the stars and wandering stars are coming into existence, how light is actually existing within the realm, within the enclosure. It answers the celestial dome toroidal field answers pretty much everything. Now, are there still a ton of unanswered questions? Absolutely. Like, we have a lot to learn, a lot to uncover, and there's no good resources because it's being actively hidden from us for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So we just have to go into this test and trial and experiment and observe and do all this stuff for ourselves to try to figure out what's true and what's not and how it works and how it doesn't, and keep our minds open and have more than just one option. And I think that's the beauty of our model. We have multiple options on how these things can be working, whereas the heliocentric model is pretty much it has to do what it says or it can't work, which is why we falsified it, because it has to curve at a certain rate. That curvature is not there. Water has to act a certain way. Water's not acting that way. Pressurized gas requires a container. We don't have a container in the heliocentric model. You've got the 3-body problem. You've got the horizon problem, the flatness problem, dark matter, dark energy. All these problems that falsify the heliocentric model. So like Austin Whitsitt always says, falsification is independent of replacement. We have falsified the heliocentric model. Now that we know we're on a level enclosed realm, we have to do the science to figure out how it works. And that's what a lot of us are trying to do.
Exactly. We don't need a replacement because we have the real model, the real truth, right? We don't need a replacement. We are just showing out what the globe is trying to feed us, right? We are not trying to defend something, the truth, right? In a way, the truth defends itself,
Yeah.
right? With the things, for example, with the dome, with those effects, with the star trails, with the luminaries, with the eclipses. For sure, it needs time to work together with all these optical phenomena happening, but it's possible. This is real, tangible science that could be repeatable, right?
Yeah, for sure. And like here, you always hear, well, how do moon phases work? This is how they work. It's a result of the moon's position in relation to the sun within the superfluid, and the day and night zone come into play. So you get your crescent phases in really heavy day zone. You get your quarter phases kind of at the terminator line. Then you would get your gibbous phases kind of in between the quarters and the full, and then you get your full when it's directly opposite the sun. And in the heliocentric model, the full moon, the brightest moon that we see, is opposite the sun. It's always opposite the sun. You would think that would not be as bright because the Earth would be in the way. So
that's the reason, Joe. That is the reason I say the luminaries and the sky is really important for the model, or for even the flat Earth, to prove flat Earth. The day and the night, the way the light moves on the surface of the Earth, how the day and night happens as a cycle, shows what is the shape of the Earth or the land. The same thing goes with the phases, as you explained, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, once you spend a lot of time kind of digging into everything and looking, like here, this is another projection I did where I'm projecting a sun in there. And if you look underneath the sun, you get hot spots. That's a projected sun into the dome, and you're getting hot spots on the surface from that projected sun coming in. And so, I mean, we can recreate all of this phenomena that we see, assuming an enclosure with some sort of dome type structure that lights are either projections or reflections. So the luminaries are either projections or reflections in the assumption that it's inside of a toroidal shell dome type structure. And that's the reason we're seeing the phenomena that we see.
Oh yeah. So this is the thing. With time, we want that, like what Joe you are doing, right? With the dome, with the luminaries, the projection, the star trails, the coffee cup caustic, right? You're trying to add so many different factors which completes the phenomena we see, the holographic or optical or whatever we want to call it, right?
Yeah.
That can be shown in a whole complete setup, right? So you heard about Antikythera mechanism, right? I don't know if you've seen the mechanical RAM.
Yeah, I've watched it.
So you know that we are also trying to make an Antikythera mechanism of our own, right? Apart from that, we want to add things to it. It's not just taking because what the soul of the machine is, that we call it the Antikythera mechanism, but the real term would be a cosmograph, right? So that machine, that cosmograph, it's just showing the real observations. When it's calibrated to the local time, it's going to show the real positions of all the luminaries in the star constellation, with the zodiac, with the calendar. You have so many other functions, right? Solar cycle. So I'm going to try to share the screen here with the image. So as we speak, one moment. Right. So this was the planisphere, and here we have here, right? So for example, you see it's a representation of the geocentric Earth with the flat plane, with the North Pole in the center, and all the luminaries going around it, right? It's showing all the luminaries on the right. It's showing the Saros cycle, the Metonic cycle. So there's a lot of observation and calculation showing there, right? Uh, with the mechanical RAM, it goes a little bit, but there's so much to this, right? So all the positions of the luminaries, they all act like orbs, right? So the eclipses, when it happens, where is the other luminaries, in which zodiac it is, what is the color of the eclipse, right? The other metonic cycle, when we call the solstice, the Olympic Games. So there's so much other stuff inside which is showing. It works like a dial, which works like a machine, which shows you in real time. This is all made from gear technology, right? A real analog device which is showing us what is happening in the sky. So we could take this as the central sky, what is happening. And then when we speak about the projection happening in the other southern part, so maybe the projection is from here. So what I mean to say is, in a way, also is to combine the optical model with a real tangible analog device and to create something unique, right? Also to ask the planisphere in a way. So real movements, real luminaries, the positions, the real positions. So it won't be just like we're trying to show on a dome by moving by hand the sun or a light, right? That with time could be possible. I don't know if it's possible to incorporate this mechanical device into that optical model so it completes in itself, because these are real positions, real. I don't know if there would be a way to just some ideas and opinions.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm trying to go with the model, is to eventually have it to where, like, you know, you're looking at this model here and you've got the map.
Yeah, look at that.
You've got the map on the surface there. So you would have our map on the surface, and then, like, what I would do is take kind of like the software that Steve Alonso is working on, the Firmament Trackers app, and then create that into a 3D projection inside of here to where I could flip a switch and you would see the sun cycles and the moon cycles and the phases and the eclipses happening real time as a 3D projection inside of this dome. That's kind of where I'm going with it. It's going to take me a while to get there, but that's my goal, is to get to that point.
Oh yeah, and Antikythera mechanism, for example, there is also digital versions, right? So getting the real exact precision timing, like maybe it would be possible to calibrate to one's location where the person can put in the location, and it's possible to exactly see what is above, right? So it's not just a model that it's have a functionality that it does this, but no, it's doing it in real time.
Yeah, well, ideally, like once, if I can ever get to that point with the model, I would also be able to offer a 3D. So you could like have a 3D headset, and it would be like you're walking around inside the model as all this stuff's happening, and you could fast forward and rewind real time and see the sky from any point on Earth in a virtual reality.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And then they say that we don't have a model, right? As I say always, like just taking a flat map and putting it around a ball and putting it on a stand doesn't call it a model, right?
Yeah. What I'm going to show here is how that coffee cup caustic changes. So as I move the sun towards Cancer and out, in and out, you'll see how the coffee cup caustic changes, but it's always present to some degree. And you'll see how it changed. I moved the sun closer to Cancer, and now it's changed a little bit. And then I move it further, and you'll see it goes further back. So I move it even further back, and now you can still see it's still there, though. So that circular pool of light that's opposite the sun is always present, and the coffee cup caustic is always present, but it changes based on where the sun's location is between the tropics.
As it comes in and out, right?
Yep. So now I moved the sun back out to where Capricorn would be, and you see it's gotten back to that really defined coffee cup caustic. But yeah, I mean, I'm in the same camp that any model that we choose has to be able to explain the luminaries, or at least have a decent explanation for the luminaries. So, and that's been kind of my goal over the past 5 years, is to study the sky as much as possible and do all kinds of different tests with light to figure out how it's happening. And it's taken me, I've been shining these lights, lasers and stuff into domes with different kinds of ways of refracting the light, splitting the light, doing all kinds of different things with the light, polarizing it, just doing basically what Isaac Newton did. You know, he played with light to discover the light spectrum that we know of today. And he's considered a genius around the world. I don't care to be considered a genius or anything like that. That's not even why I do this. I just do it because anybody who knows me will tell you I always love to try to figure out how things work, how my brain works. And I decided years ago that the best way to learn how light works inside of a dome structure is to start playing with light inside of a dome structure. And it's taken me a long time to get to the point to where I'm at now. But I feel like I can explain and set up demonstrations to explain pretty much all the phenomena we see. Are there still a lot of questions to answer? Yeah, there's still a lot of questions to answer, but that's always going to be the case. We're never going to have all of the answers, but we do definitely need to include the celestial phenomena in our model.
Hey, Joe, I want to say, bro, you know, the work you're doing is just outstanding, bro. And, you know, I really appreciate you being here with us and explaining all this in such great detail. And how you do it is awesome, bro. But you know, people don't. You know, the globe proponents, they don't seem to really catch too easy that, you know, with this small sector of people going up against at least 500 years of indoctrination, you know, and the last 100 years in this country has been really super hard. So, you know, just to break free of those chains alone wasn't easy. It takes a certain amount of internal strength, I guess, to walk out of that path and, you know, find yourself there. So this is great to be here with you, man. And you blow my mind again, bro. I don't know if you know that, but I want to make sure you do. This is fantastic.
I'm just honored to be here in the mix, trying to discover, and I appreciate you guys for letting me share it to the best of my ability. So yeah, I mean, it's always good, and really, I could spend all day, all night talking with like-minded people about this.
Yeah.
What I don't care to do anymore is I don't care to argue with globe zealots. That's not where my head's at. I'm in the space of, we know the globe is a lie. We know it's stupid. So I'm going to learn and grow in what the real truth is. And anybody who wants to look at my material and maybe learn something from it, that's fine. They don't have to believe it. I could be wrong. Like, I could be wrong about everything. We could all be wrong about everything. Things could be working in a way we have no clue about. But what I try to stick to is, what can I demonstrate? What can I set up and test and demonstrate that gives me very precise results to what we see in reality? And that's kind of where I lean towards. And, you know, if I'm able to discover things, that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Like the example you gave from your friend in somewhere in Australia or New Zealand, right? The technology is allowing us right now. Applications like TikTok, the people are going crazy, flat earthers and globers debating each other, just wasting energy and breath instead of really using that application for real observations. There are people from Australia, there are people from New Zealand, there are people from South Africa, Chile, everywhere telling what they are seeing. Right? This was not possible before. That is the reason we could come up right now at this stage that we are discussing the possibility of 24-hour sun and the whole sky reflecting in every part of the southern part of this world, because there are people literally calling in and saying what they are seeing. The sun doing crazy thing in the northern part and in the southern part, and even in that the equator, right? The way the sun is rising and setting, right? And the star trails and the luminaries, right? And the eclipses. So it's happening right now. That's why this research, we could call it a flat Earth 2.0,
Yeah.
right?
So here's another thing that's interesting. Like, this is me. I have put in my mimic superfluid into the dome, right? And then by hitting that superfluid with a projected focal point of light, I'm able to recreate what looks like a meteorite, or looks like a comet or an asteroid. So if you look at that, all right, so this is my recreation and this is reality. So that's reality.
Is that a picture you took?
And that's my recreation. And you can see very similar characteristics there. I mean, quite.
Electric universe, my brother. It's the electric universe, right?
And then, like, I've got more where I can mimic, like I can mimic the northern lights by assuming a superfluid. That's me mimicking the northern lights, assuming a superfluid.
Wow.
This right here is me mimicking the bubble nebula, assuming a superfluid. And this is the bubble nebula. Hold on, let me find it. That is the bubble nebula. And I've got tons of,
Oh,
like this one here. This is the Pencil Nebula. And this is me mimicking the Pencil Nebula with the superfluid.
Wow.
So, I mean, like, there's answer. The celestial dome, the atmos, the way our atmos is layered is the answer to everything. And the fact that the celestial dome could very well be some sort of crystalline structure, and people want to argue about that. Well, again, our DNA is water in a crystalline state, held together by frequency. So to assume that inside of this toroidal field that the shell of that toroidal field is in some sort of crystalline state, to me, is just falling in line with what we already know about the existence of life and matter and everything else.
yeah. Oh, yeah. All the minerals, all the nutrients, everything in their minute form is crystals, right? We survived the salt, everything. It's like core level is crystal. We had a whole podcast on that about we being part of the minerals, right? In a way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, we are light being expressed. So, like, when I see you, I'm seeing your light. When you see me, you're seeing my light. So, I mean, we are an expression of light in and of ourselves. We are light beings, created from the earth. But as far as the star trails and stuff, I'm going to be working on some more in-depth videos on it. But just like we see, like, here's a picture of real life right here. So this is what we see in real life. And just like you saw in my demonstration, we see something very similar to that in my demonstration. Is it exactly perfect to that? No, but it's pretty darn close for what I always like joking. I'm playing with Legos to try to show deep cosmological principles. So I'm aware of that. I'm aware that I'm using very simplistic things to try to show how these cosmological things are working. And I've never tried to hide that, but it's wild that when I do that, I can get things to be extremely accurate to what we're seeing in real life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, bro. Those pictures are showing it too. They're pretty cool, man. Really cool, actually.
So just one thing before we continue, I wanted to add also. I don't know if everybody would agree, but what you said about the water and all thing, I want to add something to that too. I don't know if people will agree with us in that way, but we are a digital bio holographic precipitation, crystallization, miraculization, and manifestation of the divine frequency and vibration coming out of water.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. And like I said, as a biblical cosmologist, I mean, Genesis tells us that he created out of the water and in the water. And another thing is he spoke. So sound, frequency, he spoke to the water, and he separated the water beneath from the water above. And then he brought the land out of the water. He brought the fish out of the water, the fowl of the air out of the water. He brought us out of the land. The land came out of the water. So, I mean, it's like, for me, yeah, I believe that 100%.
Water everywhere.
This right here, I don't know if you guys can see it very well. This is a picture that's kind of gone viral in the flat Earth community, but this is my picture taken the morning of the blood moon eclipse. That morning we were flying to watch the blood moon eclipse on 11/8 of 2022. What I find interesting about this picture is we're told the sun can fit 1.3 million Earths inside of it. anybody who can critically think can look at that and know that that is impossible. The sun is not bigger than Earth. There's no way we could fit 1.3 million Earths inside of that. And this is us flying over Georgia and South Carolina. And that's right as the sun breaks the horizontal horizon for us. So just a cool picture, man. That flight really, really taught me a lot about our sky. And like I said, I was able to falsify the umbra shadow teaching of the heliocentric model that day, that night and evening. So that was really cool. We can explain seasons. You know, you always hear, how do you explain seasons? Well, it's just the way the light gets manipulated by the dome. So you have summer, you have the equinoxes, fall and spring, and then you have winter, which is when you get that wraparound of the sun, and then out far enough into the Antarctic zone, wherever you're at, you would most likely get that 24-hour sun. And another thing I want to add about the sun is, like, I think I tried to say this earlier and I just kind of got sidetracked, is guys want to say, well, if it's a reflection, we'll know it. Well, I mean, I believe the sun we see is either a projection or a reflection of some sort. What I really believe is it's kind of like this. So the sun is the circular pool of light right here in this central zone of this light vortex that you see. And where this energy coming from the dome, so all that energy comes, hits the dome, gets refracted back to a focal point. Well, that focal point is in the superfluid, the helium superfluid, and that causes the sun disk, and then we see the visible light from that. The light that causes it is in the invisible spectrum, but where the sun actually is in the visible spectrum, if that makes sense.
You know, I heard one of the PhD guys saying that the light doesn't propagate in space. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I mean,
I
there's
yeah.
not if there's nothing in space, light needs a medium to even exist. It needs a medium to propagate through to exist, and that, in my mind, is why fluid is such a strong answer.
The light. Yeah.
That's why the superfluid is such a strong answer for how we even have light, in my opinion. The dome and the superfluid, and the electromagnetic spectrum, the electrical spectrum, all of that, because that superfluid is like neon gas. The neon signs you see are noble gases, so they are ionized gases that get excited with electricity or an electromagnetic energy. And the same thing with the superfluid. So the container, the dome, acts as the container for the super ionized gas, right? Well, it becomes super ionized when it hits that superfluid level. How high that is, I don't know. I believe it's somewhere after 74, 75 miles high, where the superfluid ceiling would begin. But those super ionized gases inside of a container hit with an electromagnetic charge is what creates light, not some nuclear fusion in the vastness of a vacuum of space traveling through a non-medium to get to our atmosphere. That's kind of odd to me. The way light works, it works better within an enclosed system that has super ionized gases sealed off, being hit with an electric energy to create light.
Yeah, it destroys the fake space right there, right? And everything being local, everything being very near, right? Also, as you were speaking about the layers, right? Even the Vedic cosmology, it shows that everything is in a layer. According to the Vedic cosmology, every day of the week represents the altitude of the luminaries. And between these layers, there's one layer where is the stars, only one layer. So even the Saturn is supposed to be in the more higher layer than the stars itself. So everything is like compressed into that dome in a way, right? In layers, starting from the ground. the water, the atmosphere, the sun. The sun is supposed to be the lowest. That's why it's called the Sunday, and then you have the moon day. That's how they look. Because if we see the high altitude balloon footages, you will never see the moon the same way we see from down below. It's not possible.
Yeah. That's another thing, like with astrophotography. You said small and local. Like I was just out the other night doing astrophotography. This right here is the Tadpole and Flaming Star nebulas. That is the Soul Nebula. That is the Bubble Nebula, the Heart Nebula, the Horsehead and Flame Nebula, Pac-Man Nebula. And I'll go back to the California Nebula. What's interesting is after I got polar aligned and got into prime focus, I shot all those targets without ever adjusting focus, not once. So let's think about that. If these things are separated by millions and trillions of light years, should I not have to refocus as I move from target to target? Absolutely, I should, but I don't. I don't have to refocus at all, and I'm in great focus, getting great shots no matter what part of the sky I shoot at. And the interesting thing is when I focused on Jupiter. I didn't even focus on a deep sky object. I focused on Jupiter, which would be way closer than any of these so-called nebulae, and I never had to refocus after that. And I got great shots all night long, shot probably a dozen targets or more. That right there is like 7 or 8 of the targets that I shot just in those few hours. So astrophotography actually proves that these things are small and local. And it's wild to me that more astrophotographers don't pick up on this. I think that's how well the brainwashing has worked. Is there's thousands, possibly millions of hobbyist astrophotographers out there taking these pictures every day, and they don't even realize, or every night, every day, and every night, and they don't even realize these little nuances that go against the heliocentric model when they're doing it.
That's a good point, bro. They don't. You know, the more there's so many, flat out lies, inconsistencies that more people are just starting to see it, bro. And the more people talk about it, the more people are gonna hear 2, 3 times. And after you hear something a few times, you start to a lot of people start to get curious about it.
Yeah, and like I'll show moon phases again too. So this is me recreating moon phases. And what I'm using a concave lens that I created. I believe the moon is concave. I don't believe that the moon is a sphere at all. I believe it's concave, but I made a concave moon that I painted with luminescent paint and added craters to it. And then I just put it inside of a dome structure and moved another light source around, and you get the moon phases.
Wow.
Um,
That's cool.
Well, and it matches what we see in reality. There's just me showing the concave moons that I made. I made several different types, some transparent, some translucent, some opaque, just trying to figure out, what it is. I used to think it was transparent or translucent. I don't anymore. I believe it's concave and opaque, and that it actually charges with the sun's light as it moves away. It's kind of a push-pull relationship. It charges up to full and then discharges as it goes back to no moon.
Right, bro. And that brings us to where every full moon rises at sunset, which is 180 degrees off each other, and then as it slowly creeps its way across the sky, it fades into nothing, and then we get the no moon, the new moon. Disappears for a couple days, and then it's another full moon again.
Yeah, so, I mean, in the heliocentric model, what they tell us is that the new moon is the no moon. I just from my observations and tracking and writing it down,
I would classify those three phases as separate phases. So you would have the old moon, which is the last waning crescent phase. Then you have the no moon, where it's not visible at all, and then you have the new moon, which is the first visible waxing crescent.
Right. Okay.
So that's how I would classify it.
Okay. Cool.
Personally. And then
Oh yeah, here also they say in Spain it's called the new moon, right? When it's no moon in reality. Yeah.
yeah,
Let's welcome RG the artist. How are you, brother? Are you there?
I think he's on mute.
Yeah, yep, got you. How are you, sir? Thank you for having me on the panel.
No problem,
Yep.
brother. How you doing?
I'm okay, man. I'm okay. I just got off the Globebusters. They were doing a live chat. Just running through some ideas, and I think doing some final things for Antarctica. And just answering a few community questions. And Gene, good to see you too, sir.
You too. Thank you
Joe,
very
nice
much.
to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
Yes, sir. So you really piqued my interest with the last Vikka discussion when you were on the panel with Dave and Psycho. He's got the hardest
Yeah.
name.
Yeah.
Yeah. But man, you guys really piqued my interest with the model and the 1-to-1 correlation with the North and the South. And I'll just get right to it, man. There's been a lot of talk on X and stuff that you can't show that, and I beg to differ. I beg to differ because if you're on the equator and you're 90-degree zenith, straight, just think of a 6-inch framing square, like for construction, where you've got 6 inches both ways and it connects with a 45-degree angle, right? Everybody follow me there?
Yeah.
So, okay, now if you are on the equator, anywhere around the world on the equator, any time of day, if you're 90-degree angle and you're looking straight up, and let's just play around with some ideas. If you put some train tracks around the equator, right, and you put a camera facing straight up, or even with your eye, but just for proof, if you were to look straight up with that camera at the celestial equator and just go around on that railroad track, you're going to see the separation from the North and the South. And if you went, just say, against the grain, instead of going rising in the east, setting in the west, the sun, if you went against that and you went west to east, you would see the stars stand still as you went around the equator. They would no longer turn, right? And let me kind of slow down a little bit. The reason I'm saying this is because when those stars are turning opposite, you can match up stars theoretically, where when they're turning clockwise in the north, simultaneously the south would turn counterclockwise. Everyone kind of follow me already?
Well, in the north it's counter, and in the south it's
Yeah. Okay. Right.
but arc and anti-arc.
Mm-hmm. So there would be, I think, a way to model that in like an AI software. If we had enough people kind of taking their zenith measurements and getting the star trails, right across the equator, man, all across the world. If we did enough observations, I don't think it would be disputable then.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we started this conversation, was with my demonstration of star trails. I can demonstrate it in my model now and show these different zones. But even here, like I'm in South Carolina, and if I go out and I point my camera, I can see the equatorial stars. If I point it at the right part of the sky, I can see the equatorial stars, the southern stars, and the northern star trails, just from my perspective here in South Carolina. I've done it with my P950 several times. I've posted those videos on Facebook. So yeah, I can see that from here. So we know it's happening in reality, but yeah, I can now model it within a dome type structure and show those anti-rotations
no matter where you're at inside of the dome structure facing south.
Yeah, I think that's commendable, man, and I appreciate everything you're doing. But yeah, I think that's where I would like to do what I can, and you know, with this AI software, and try to have something we can hand over, like, you know, and you know, say we had a monthly subscription to this AI, and we just had you and anybody and everybody that wanted to use it, to add in extra, like time zones, elevations. I know Firmament Tracker is doing some stuff with that. Um, just like an illustrated version that would just unfold beautifully, you know, over time, I think would be cool. And one other thing, tell me what you think about this. Now, you know, we have other optics we use, like cameras, and well, everything's really camera based now, but we can record things, but with our original optics, our personal eye, if you were to take, let's say, not over water, let's say we took two observers facing each other on a flat desert, completely flat desert, 6 feet tall, right about what, 3.5 miles is where the sun would go behind the, what they call the curve of the earth. We know it's just an optical horizon. So if the sun went to that 3.5 mile mark and disappeared for the first observer, simultaneously for the second observer, it would be rising, right? Does anyone agree with that?
I see what you mean.
Oh, no,
Okay.
not 3
And
miles.
for,
Not 3
Well,
miles.
yeah, three.
Not 3 miles.
Okay. Okay.
Because you got to think, roughly half of our realm is lit up at all times.
Mhm.
That varies a little bit from, you know, your summer solstice to your equinox to your winter solstice, the way that light is spread across the realm. But roughly close to half of it for the majority of the time. So on average, we have roughly half of our realm lit up. So if you had two people 3 miles away from each other, they're going to see the sun maybe an hour apart in the sky, probably not that far.
Mhm.
But if you stretch that out across, okay, let's say you have one person in the morning zone and one person in the evening zone, however great that distance is, then yeah, that's for one, the other rise.
Right. I think I'm just for this example, we're going to be on the perspective of on the ground, and you know, what it's going to look like optically to us is that, you know, the sun goes down, and then simultaneously for the other person, it would be rising and going up, right? So it's
Yeah.
like a V shape almost from the ground. Now,
Yeah, it comes up and
you
down.
think
But
if you think about that, um, you know, just throughout the day going around the equator, the sun would always appear to be going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, right? From the ground. Now we know that, it's a conical beam of information, really, is what we're seeing. But if you think about that, how crazy that sounds from the ground level. Now, if at that halfway point between the two observers, the zenith, right, 90-degree zenith is where the sun should be, up in the, you know, firmament or in the clouds or wherever it appears, right? And but we know both observers are looking level at each other. They're not looking up at anything, right? So that's how amazing it is that our eye has to render down the whole universe, the observer's whole universe, into our pupil. I mean, that's amazing. Like, and I think we could do a lot with that, just to prove that everything is, it's all optical. There's nothing physical about the sun, unless it's something outside or, um, you know. But anyway, I'll land it there and just tell me what you think about that.
Oh yeah, I agree that what you're describing is basically the apparent position of the sun. Everybody on Earth at any point has an apparent position to the sun. Nobody is actually seeing the physical position of the sun. One little area that I kind of differ on things with several flat earthers is I do believe it's a physical sun, because what I believe there's an excited zone of superfluid, most likely helium, and that excited zone is the focal point of the sun. However, the way the atmos and the superfluid ceiling and the celestial dome, the crystalline celestial dome, present that light to us, we never see its physical position. We only see its apparent position. So its position's not physical ever, but it is a physical point of focal point focused into the superfluid layer of most likely helium above us. That's kind of where I stand with that. So the sun, it's kind of hard to explain, but it is physical. It just doesn't have a physical position to us. And like for sunspots, for instance, sunspots are just showing an oscillation of that toroidal field that causes the focal point of light, the focal disk, as NASA calls it, the disk of the sun that we see.
Yeah,
So yeah,
and that oscillation, when you call it an oscillation, I call it a refresh rate, like a rendering happening. I do believe that everything is being projected. It has to be. I mean, for us to even understand the information that comes to our eye and for it to be dissected, it. I mean, there has to be some kind of mirror-like structure, and I think what I call the equator, that zenith from the physical equator to the celestial equator, I call that a terminator line. I
Yeah.
mean, where the north separates from the south. It's so obvious now to me, and you guys, you really opened my eyes with that, and I just wanted to say thank you, buddy. And I'll just I'll hush up and let everybody talk.
yeah, I get. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I was good talking with you, man. Nice to meet you.
Oh yeah. Before you go, we can play this a bit about the stars. You see, the central one is representing also the luminaries, the constellation, and when the wheel spins, it's different constellation, and some are coinciding with the other ones. Yeah, sometimes things can be right in front of our faces, right? And we are trying to figure it out in more different way. But as I say always, the ancients have always left us a lot of clue with what could be happening, right? So yeah, as we said in our last podcast. So we are open because this helps us dig in deeper. This is what it helps us, because everything maybe is happening for a reason, right? That's why that the people needed to look sooner and later, because there are people reporting these kind of things, phenomena happening in the southern part, which many people think, oh, it might think that the Earth is a globe, right? And especially the globers, especially with the star trails, especially with the sun paths, especially with the eclipses.
Yeah, that video there, the video on the top screen, the top of the screen there is a video that Chris Cooper put together for me. I called him up and said, "Hey, man, can you put this video together for me in the Flat Earth Pro app?" And he said, "Yeah." And he made that video showing how the sun is being seen in all of these zones, respective to the individual viewer. And if you look closely, even the zones that are showing nighttime, that kind of look like they're nighttime, if you look on the back edge of that zone, you actually see the sunlight. So every zone is actually experiencing sunlight simultaneously in that demonstration.
I think that was a very good video, and I appreciate Chris Cooper putting that together for me. Chris Cooper's in New Zealand, by the way.
Hey, I'm curious. So that the zone between Capricorn and the what we would think of as where the dome would, I'm a biblical guy, so where the dome would connect to the earth. That's the zone to where if there was something happening that we don't really understand optically, I think that would be the spot that, none of us would really 100% get at the moment, just because it's so far away and the sun is still pretty high. It's closer to the south, but it's still pretty far, I would think, from, the edge of our known universe right at the moment.
Oh yeah, I would agree that even when the sun's on Capricorn, that what we're seeing out beyond the Antarctic Circle would be something that we need to be able to go there. We need to be able to go there and spend a lot of time there and travel freely and explore freely and test and record and just do all kinds of things to really know for sure. Well, not even necessarily know for sure, but just to answer a lot of questions. And the fact that we can't do that is, to me, that should make everybody realize, hey, we're being lied to and we're being kept inside of basically a farm or a pen. And, certain people can tell us where we can and can't go. And I'm not cool with that at all. I think we should all be able to go to Antarctica freely, travel, explore. And they want to say, oh, it's for your safety. Well, I'm in charge of my safety, not you or anybody else, is kind of where I stand with it. And I think everybody should be that way. If I die this earth, then hey, I died doing something fun as hell, in my opinion.
Nah, Joe, that they should let people on Mount Everest know how dangerous it is and that they're out for their safety too, right? I'm by that.
Yeah, that they should. They should. And one other thing, I'll drop it in the chat maybe here in a minute, but there's something that a lot of people aren't noticing about some of these stations, research stations in Antarctica. It took a lot of digging, but they're using our reflective firmament as a worldwide radar, and I believe that it started out them studying our luminaries and almost faster than light propulsion. Man, I don't want to say too much about that, but it's kind of off subject. But I thought it was really neat. I'll drop some things in here for y'all.
Oh, I absolutely agree. They've tapped into the ether, and the ether is all encompassing. It's in everything. So it's in the dome. It's in everything. And you think about the internet for a second. So, if I'm here in South Carolina and let's say I don't have Wi-Fi or anything, and I'm just hooked up to the Ethernet, and I punch in a website that's in Africa, I get it in it just instantly comes up. So I believe they've learned to tap into the ether. I believe a lot of things, I think electricity is free. I believe they're harnessing free electricity and charging us for it. I believe they can tap into the ether. I believe they can tap into the celestial dome possibly, and they're using frequencies that they've learned from all this to create frequency weapons that can do all kinds of things that we can't even imagine.
Vehicles, for sure. Amazing technology. These people are maybe more than a few hundred years ahead. Because if we really think about the antikythera mechanism, that it was 2,000 years ago, they had gear technology, and they gave us maybe 400 years ago. And what is the importance of the gear? There is nothing possible without the gears. Nothing, right? So where we could have been if we had this technology 2,000 years ago. So there are breakaway civilizations. There are a possibility of already like reaching a level that we couldn't even beyond imagine. These are breadcrumbs they are giving to us. We think we're having a small device in our hand, and we can connect to people and speak, is that we are at the peak of the technology? No.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're in the dumb ages. Be that kind of mean and rude about it, but I really do. I think we're in the dumb ages. We've been dumbed down. They've hidden a lot of stuff from us, and they've lied to us about a lot of stuff. And they just give us enough to make us think that we're the most technologically advanced culture to ever exist.
Yeah, but meanwhile, all the evidence is there that we're obviously being led backwards.
Hey, let's say hello to Khalistan Rastur. Are you there, brother? Hello, mic check. Khalistan Rastur, are you there?
I'm only seeing us four
Yeah,
on the panel.
I saw him a second ago. There
Yeah, are you there?
Can you hear me?
No, yeah. Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi guys. I'm enjoying the show. I just wanted to tell Joe Hanvey something. Maybe I can give him a clue. Because can you see me actually? My camera is on.
Yeah, I just see a light though.
Yeah. It is my kitchen light. Okay. The first time with camera on StreamYard, I don't know how to handle it just yet. But thanks everybody for great talk. I just want to tell something to Joe Hanvey. Maybe I can give him a clue. Maybe he can work it out. So I want it is about the flower of life. So I now on the screen I see the 6 vortices that Joe Hanvey uses, but they all go in same direction. You know, they all go in same direction. But I think the clue is that. Let's say if we how to say it, like let's say we have a first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So first is going in one direction, second is going in other direction, and so on. So we have okay. Let me try to show you if I can just a second. Just a second. So, no. Can you see this? Just a second. It's really bad. Can you see it, Joe? Everybody, can you see it?
It's very blurry, brother.
Excuse me, Vikka. Can you see it?
It's very blurred. We don't see very clearly. We see something.
I don't know why is it blurry? Just a second. Maybe my maybe my camera is a little muddy. So sorry. Just a second. Where am I now?
Uh-oh. I disappeared on us.
Yeah.
Did you guys get what he was trying to say?
I didn't get too much info on that one.
I think
Couldn't make it out too much.
that there's all one motion, which I agree.
Okay. Can you see it now?
I mean, barely.
I was off. Can you see it?
Barely. Your screen is very small.
I don't know how to fix it, but I'm trying. So this is actually it's very shitty. I know. so sorry. This is actually from Flower of Life. This is like hexagonal pattern that is actually from Flower of Life. I just highlighted the lines, you know, but I mean, I drew it by hand. But when you drew it by compass, you can have this pattern. Fuck! It's so shitty. I'm sorry. But I highlighted like three hexagons, like you see there are three like darker hexagons and three lighter hexagons. So those three darker ones go in one direction, and those three lighter ones go in other direction. This is by hand, but actually that is a pattern from Flower of Life. When you drew Flower of Life by compass, you highlighted the lines, you actually have this pattern.
I think I know what you're trying to say, buddy. Because I was looking at this as well. So the hexagonal shapes are ley line patterns, and the energy from the Earth is coming up in toroidal fashions from the top, and then from the bottom. They meet point to point, and it'll widen up, and there is a middle toroidal energy that does control all of them, I think. So yeah, I see what he's saying.
Sorry guys, I don't want to, I'm a little bit drunk, but I just wanted to say that maybe the key is that we don't have all six vortices going in one direction, but we have, one going in how to say it, one goes in one direction, second in other, and so on in circle,
And clockwise.
Clockwise. One goes clockwise, second goes anti-clockwise, third goes clockwise, and so on. And this in the middle, this empty pattern, that is like emptiness, like maybe, I don't know, standing vortex.
A black hole, yeah.
Yes, a black hole, something like that, yeah. But today I saw on Jaron's channel, I saw he drew like on a AE map, he drew 3 stations on Antarctica, and all 3 stations all 3 stations were like exactly apart, like how to say, if 360, like 120 degrees apart. So let's say we have these 3 vortices, let's say dark ones, in my little shitty picture, let's say three vortices which are dark one. So that stations on Antarctica on AE map are exactly 120 degrees apart, like in Australia, in South America, and what's sorry, so sorry. So okay, John Hanvey, that was, I just wanted to say to John Hanvey that if I can give him a clue, maybe to not go with 6 vortices that go in same direction, but one in one direction, second in other direction, and so on.
Yeah, that's not what we.
That reminds me of the wheel that psychedelic had last week, where they were all turning each other and they were doing what he's saying.
Yeah. Hey, Vikka, I've got something that's going to help everybody, I think. And it's mathematically, it works out as well. I've just dropped something in the chat for you. So imagine that the globe was connected, these ley lines, with a whole bunch of triangles, right? Well, if you were to go to the center of any point where those triangles connect and you look down, it's going to, on a flat surface, it's going to be a bunch of hexagons. So this right here will explain. It's like a 3 or 4 minute video, if you don't mind.
You're on mute, Vikka.
I don't know if I can play it like this from a website, because I need to download and everything. Do you have it somewhere? Okay, because it's a YouTube link.
Well, it's on X, but yeah, it's a link that you should just be able to should
Yeah,
play
but I
on any
cannot.
platform. Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't let me screen share. My tab don't let me screen share. I have to do it from my PC to screen share. I can only screen share if I download something. And yeah, it's
I got you. Hey, if I played it on my end, would you guys be able to hear it?
yeah. I can play. Yeah, yeah. Or if you can just show it on your screen or whatever, we can see it.
Okay. How do I screen share from here?
Are you doing from your mobile?
Yes, I'm on
No,
Android.
no screen share. No screen share from.
Okay.
You can just
It's all
show
good.
it direct, or you can play it. We can hear the audio if you want.
I'm wondering if I could. Yeah, yeah. Let me do that because I think you guys will get it. You guys are pretty smart. So, let's see. How do I? Well, I can't play X on my on my TV. I don't have that option. It's all right, but watch it in your time. But it does explain a lot with what he was just saying, and I was on to that as far as the layout and what could possibly work with this kind of idea and observations of it just being one set of stars in the north and then it one for one in the south as it turns or as you turn and go around the equator. But yeah, hexagram, yeah, the ley lines, man, it's something that is confirmed by a couple of AI models that I ran it through. So
Yeah, so that's why I was playing this before. So
hey, what if I send it to you where you can play it like you're doing now here? You're screen sharing.
this is what I was. This is what I was mentioning before. Also,
Observers.
this rotation. You see the difference because it's all the gear. The gear is gonna make it into a different. Which one you could say is clockwise and which one you could say is anti-clockwise. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all the outer ones are going opposite to the central. So he's moving the central clockwise there, and all the outers are moving counterclockwise. So just reverse that where the center is moving in a counterclockwise motion, and all the outers would be moving in what appears to be clockwise motion. Again, it's just one motion. Keith Cameron points this out a bunch. There's one star motion. It's just it changes to our apparent view based on our location within the realm itself. So the further south we are, the more we're going to see that apparent anti-rotation, and the further north we are, we see that that true rotation. So what we see in the north is the true rotation of the entire star field, but the way the dome manipulates the light, much like he's showing here in this video, you get that anti-rotation when you get further south. But it's really the same rotation. It's just an apparent anti-rotation.
Exactly. The kaleidoscope, right? The sacred geometry.
Yeah, like this picture here, he's showing, just like I showed you in the physical model, he's showing these different zones. And I actually, that one picture that I have, let's see, is showing you that in reality right here. So in this picture, what he was just showing in that picture, you see those multiple rotations in the southern sky, but there's only one rotation over the whole realm.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Oh yeah. RG, what your thought on the final experiment and what's happening with that? Where you see this going, all this going.
Well, wow, good question. I mean, I think that the egos of some of the Globers are going to be their downfall eventually. But it is very possible that as the sun goes away, like if you're on the, let's just say you're on the shoreline of Antarctica looking north, when the sun gets to its furthest point away from you, I think it's got some kind of flux to where it's always going up and down like a sine wave. And I think that if it gets to the point, where it's so far down and people think it's going to set, it could just be at its highest point and never set. That could be one option. Yeah, I don't think it matters what happens here. I think this is great publicity. Maybe some people got some money in their pocket, and got some new equipment. If they want to go back to Antarctica, they got some nice coats, and they got the T-shirt. So, I mean, it works out good for us either way, I think.
Cool. Rainbow.
I think
Yeah.
it's always in flux. This whole system is always in flux. Now, the movements we don't have down 100% yet, but we will. I mean, with anything, you crunch the numbers and you put enough information in, you're going to figure out very close to what's happening. You might not know everything, but I do believe that the higher you get, though, it seems to be around 120,000 feet. And this is tried and tried again, and you really can't get much higher with these solid objects. And that's where I think the dense gaseous layer starts. And then, like Joe says, there's some kind of like a superfluid and a two-way mirror effect in a way that the source sun is somewhere up there. But I'm gonna send this other video to y'all too, man. It's an old 1990s NASA footage, and I know a lot of people don't trust them or whatever, but it's kind of in black and white. And I don't know if you guys remember the Mir station.
Oh, sure.
Well, the Mir station its original mission, people don't really know. I guess it was classified for a long time, but the Mir station was to circle around the North Pole. And there's a lot of leaked footage showing this vortex out there. But anyway, they were up looking for the Mir station, just trying to talk amongst each other. Well, in the midst of it all, there's a whole lot of lights between the camera and the Earth, and they're just zipping by. Zoop, zoop. I mean, they're in upper atmosphere, and it's so cool to watch. But yeah, I'm gonna stop yapping. I get excited about this stuff, man.
I hear you, bro. It's good to have you. Glad you brought what you brought. Very cool stuff.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
About about the final experiment. So my take is that there is no 24-hour sun because we have lack of footage for last 1,000 years. So I think they will see the 24-hour sun. It's a setup. I don't know how they will do it, but they have all the money to do it. All the technology. So I would bet. How would you say? I would bet the farm on it. They will see it, but there is no 24-hour sun. So that is my take. I don't trust anybody actually in that crew, because Jaron, I follow him for maybe 10 years. I don't know, something like that. But at one point in time, 2 months ago, let's say, when Duffy showed up, Jaron was like, don't get Duffy, He was first skeptical, and then some shit came up about his late, late friend about some, I don't know, some murder case or something. Someone from the community was examining, that, and Jaron was suddenly extremely defensive about the guy, and that was really suspicious to me. So I was, I mean, that is just a gut feeling, but I think that I just in one moment, at that moment in time, I was like, hey, this something is off here. So I lost trust from that point on, and further as time went on, I was more sure of my decision that Jaron is somehow compromised. I can guess how, but let's skip that for now. And the Witsit, he was. When he did the interview with Duffy, I mean, I want. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I would like for you to comment this, please, because I'm curious. I didn't hear from you, about this. Maybe I follow you. I like you very much. You are great guys, but I didn't hear the comment on this. I want to hear, please, from you, the comment on Witzit's when he did the Duffy interview. He did that he did the one eye symbolism. His intro was 3 minutes, some rap song, okay, but one eye symbolism in our faces. I mean, maybe it is coincidence, but how the fuck it was coincidence? I mean, it is. I can't believe it is coincidence. He was gone. He was nowhere to be found for 3 weeks, and then he did the interview with Duffy, and hey, what a coincidence! We have a one eye symbolism during the rap song. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I can't. I can't subscribe that to coincidence. Maybe it is, but I can't. So I think they are compromised, and I think they will bring us the fake footage of 24-hour sun. Be it the studio, maybe there will be in studio setting. Maybe there will be a sun simulator, whatever the fuck. But maybe they already maybe they already recorded it, on North Pole last this summer, and in the fake camp on North Pole that looks like the South Pole camp. I don't know. They can do anything they want. They have unlimited amount of technology and money. We can't forget it. But what about the one eye symbolism from Witzit's interview with Duffy? Can please somebody comment on that?
I'll comment. I've talked with Jaron, and I've sat down with Austin and had lunch with Austin and dinner with Austin. I don't feel that they're compromised at all. That's just my personal opinion. I think they're two guys who are looking for the truth, and they have been targeted to go to this. They don't really want to go. This is not some luxurious trip. They're going to be peeing and crapping in buckets. It's going to be really cold, and they're going to be sleeping in tents on the ice. They're going for the truth. Now, where I don't agree with Jaron or Austin is that a 24-hour sun refutes the A.E. Gleason's map. I don't agree with that. They know that I know Jaron knows I don't agree with that. I'm sure Austin does by now. But as far as Austin goes, when I've sat and talked with him, he's a very humble guy. He's open to the fact that we don't know everything and that we have a lot to learn. I don't see him being compromised. I think he's just a guy out for truth. As far as Jaron goes, I feel the same way about Jaron. He's just out for truth.
What I do think is they have said for so long that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, they feel like they would discredit themselves to change their mind. And I disagree with that as well. I think as we grow and gain more knowledge, we realize that we've already falsified the globe. We know the floor is level. We know that we have to have an enclosure. We know how water acts. So we know the very basics that refute the globe completely. And then beyond the basics, we know so much more that refute the globe. We know we have falsified the globe. We have so much information that tells us that the floor is level. And so for us to say and Austin and Jaron have both, I know in the past, said that the lights in the ceiling don't determine the floor beneath our feet. But now they're saying that if the sun does something that they don't understand, that means that the floor beneath our feet isn't what we thought it was. I don't know if they're saying that exactly. It seems like that's what they're implying, and I just disagree with that. I think that we know the floor is level. What we don't know is we don't know how our atmos is actually constructed and built up. We can speculate and test and demonstrate and try to come up with modeling to show that, which is what's great about the flat earth. We have the ability to do that, whereas the globe is very limited. If things don't work the way the globe says, then it's absolutely done. It's falsified because everything has to be exactly like the globe says or the whole thing falls apart. But as far as Austin and Jaron go, I think they're two guys who are out for truth. They're brilliant guys. Just because somebody's brilliant doesn't mean they can't fall into wrong thinking. And I believe that's kind of the trap they're in. They're trapped in a wrong thinking of that if the sun does this, because they can't understand in their minds how it would happen over the Gleason's map, AE map, then that refutes the map. And I disagree with that strongly. But as far as their character and who they are, I would never, ever bash the guys. I've never met Jaron in person. I've met Austin in person. Seems like he's out for truth, fighting the battle for truth for almost a decade or more. Jaron's been doing it for a decade or more. These guys have been fighting for truth.
Okay, Joe, I agree with you. They are great guys. I followed them for many years, but that doesn't mean they can't get. That doesn't mean they can't get compromise, because let's look at it as a game. When the so-called final experiment was proposed. So we know. If we go by the feeling that Duffy is government agent, as I think, you can't go along. We can't go there and see a setting sun. How can I put it to you? So the best move was not to go. Actually, the best move was not to go. They can go alone, with all the Globers. And why there is no footage all this time? When they agreed to go, I'm not against I like to see the observation. It's all good. I know the earth is flat, I know the water is flat, but they're going along, with the guy. I just can't trust them. For example, you think they're not compromised, and let's say they bring us back the fake footage, and you go, and whole community goes with that. We are sent in a wrong direction. So we will search. We will search for 10 different maps, other maps, but actually I think the AE map is the correct one. So I can't give them a trust, because just the fact that they're going along with the shady fucking pastor, you know, that has, you know, that has a financial, you know, that has how to say legal.
Hey, buddy, you mind if I help you out just a little bit with it? I think just to give you my take on it and see, you know, what if I can help balance it out. You know,
Yeah, of course.
I'm trying. I always try to be a happy medium guy. You know.
Yeah, I'm
So
like that. I'm like
here's
that
the
also.
thing. So here's the thing. Our personal feelings shouldn't, you know, or can't determine anything. You know, we're all going to feel different about certain things. We see things different. We've all had, you know, our own journey on this flat Earth, you know, awakening, and some of us, you know, have been offended in certain ways. Some of us haven't, you know, and just don't let that determine, you know, what's going on. Because look, I could stay awake all night and think of things that could go wrong, and you know, things that stand out to me. But
Yeah.
the matter of the fact is, look, we are, you know, this is a grassroots movement, and a lot of us have been here for a long time. Some of us in the background, some of us not. Um, I think that regardless of what happens down there, we're going to come back. We're just going to have more information. You know, uh, some of
Yeah.
us won't even probably go by the video evidence or whatever. We like Joe said, we know we're secure in the foundation that the floor is level, water's level, and you know, the sky is just going to be an added bonus. You know?
This is kind of how I look at it too. I agree with you. We got to separate our feelings and look at it this way. We've got two flat earthers who have been fighting for flat Earth for 10 years going down there. I would go. If Will Duffy or somebody would have sponsored me to go, I would have gone. I don't think that just because a flat earther goes, and I personally don't agree with it being the right move not to go. I think it's the right move to go. And if Jaron and Austin are compromised and they bring back fake footage, eventually we're going to figure it out. Truth is on our side, and the truth will always prevail in the end. So,
Amen, brother. Yeah.
come back.
That's the reason, guys, and that's the reason we are also trying to do this whole thing about why, because there are people who say, oh, there is no explanation on flat earth and this and that, like, you know. So this is what we are even trying to do, to show that on flat earth everything works. Just because the people had earlier idea that a 24-hour sun is only possible on a globe because there was certain type of information or research or investigation not done deeper, so the people just went with it. So right now we are on a stage because of this whole setup of this 24-hour sun and with the experiment. So we have come to a point where we are really looking into it, and things are showing how the realm is, right? What's happening. And here we have the legend. How are you, Dave?
Am I in here? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we hear you clearly.
Oh, because it still shows
Go
me
ahead.
it says I'm in the show.
Dave, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Prove
It's
it.
me.
What's up, bro?
What's up? I just wanted to chime in, listening to you guys chat. Joe, genius stuff. I'm 100% with you. But Joe says he doesn't think that Austin or Jaron could possibly be compromised. I just want to say there is 0% chance. The world is a spinning ball flying through a space vacuum if those guys are compromised. All right, at all. There is 0.00 to the 36 power 0 chance that they're compromised. And anybody think that, now I don't listen. If somebody thinks that, I'm not gonna crap on you, but you don't know them. You haven't met them. I've hung out with them. I know them. I talk to them. I don't agree with some shit that Jaron has said, but I don't think I don't think Austin is on the same page as Jaron when he says, you know, when he made his comment that has triggered the entire community. And you know, I'm just gonna say this. There's so much misunderstanding between flat earthers, globers. I watch these people, they're arguing and they're really on the same page. There's just so much misunderstanding. Jaron is saying, and I'm not putting words in his mouth, and I don't like what he's saying. If he sees a circling sun in Antarctica that appears to be real, there's 0% chance that they're going to fake something. They're going to bring back some fake footage because that won't work. He says there's 0% chance that he thinks that they could fake it. I'm on a different page. I think there's a possibility. I think it's small, but I think there's a possibility. I can't rule it out. Gun to my head, I'm going to say, sure, there's a possibility. I don't know if that's going to happen. And then Joe's thing talking about, how the sun could go around. Joe's like almost 100% that there will be a circling sun. I don't know. I have no idea. But these guys are going to come back. They're going to tell you the truth. Now, Jaron says if he sees a circling sun, he's going to say that matches the globe model. And he's absolutely right. It does match the globe model. But so do a lot of things. A lot of things match the globe model. It doesn't discredit the flat earth model. And the other thing Jaron says is if there is a circling sun, it discredits the AE map. That's not true because Joe's model is using the AE map showing a circling sun. Yeah. So, we've proven the AE map. We've done it. We've done sun tracking. You can just look on the app where someone is under the sun, that they're under the sun because that's what the sun does. We know what the sun does. The question is, what does the sun do in the outer south? Joe has done a great job modeling it, and that's all I got to say about that. So, as far as wait, hold on. Last thing, just gonna say it again. There is 0% chance those guys are compromised in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, Will Duffy, he's an agent. He look at or he's a man with zero discernment. He surrounded himself with the most disgusting globers on Earth. Right? Those are all the guys he's close to are the top horrible, disgusting, satanic, evil pieces of crap.
Yeah.
That's discernment. Go ahead.
Dave, hey man, I follow you for a long time. I respect you very much. I want to say they will see, I guarantee it, they will see the 24-hour sun, which isn't there. They will see it. That is 100%. Okay, maybe
right, that it isn't there. Like it's going to be fake.
Yeah.
I listen. There's one chance the trip is canceled or it goes and it's cloudy. Those are good possibilities. Another one is that they fake it. I think they have the ability to fake it. And
Dave,
I think if they do fake it, I think those guys will show that it's being faked.
They have this is monumental effort. This is they are all in. If this is a poker game, they are all in, and they have they have rigged the deck, so they will see it. I'm positive. They will see it. I mean, they are not going there to not see it.
So, hang on. There's a couple possibilities. The one impossibility is they're going to go see the sunset. That's not going to happen. Okay. Whether the sun sets or not, they ain't going to see it. Right. So the other possibility is canceled or faked, or Joe's possibility, though, are that there is a circling optical sun, and that's not too far fetched for me. So these and there's 0 chance. There was they were going to do this last year in Brazil with some Brazilian guys. But those guys said, look, let's do it in 2023, not wait until 2024. And they canceled it. To me, that says that they weren't ready.
They needed more time.
They needed more time either to fake it, or maybe there is a cycle that happens every 50 years or 11 years or who knows where.
Yeah. Maybe there is a cycle. I'm with that. Yeah.
So I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. Here's the thing. And Joe said it earlier. I was skimming through the show trying to catch up. He said that there's so much we don't know. We can't make any positive statements, like we don't know. There's so many possibilities. And even Duffy, Joe got Duffy to say it himself with an optical sky. There is many options for things that we have not been able to explain yet. And Joe, I think, is getting very close to explaining these things. So I'm with you. This is a big scam. And this is everything. They're all in. Like the globe lie is the most important thing to the elite. So they're not sitting back twiddling their thumbs, going, "Oh man, that Will Duffy, he's gonna foil us." Right?
Oh yeah, because
Hey, just-
because
Something big
McToon.
planned.
Oh yeah, McToon and
Yeah.
Craig and all these people, they're so confident that they're going to delete their channel and become flat earthers. So they
those
already have something prepared. So the most simple thing could be the sky is an optical holographic projection and everything is possible. That would be the more simple way. There might be possible or there could be possible a 24-hour sun. The same way we are seeing the octantes and all the star rotations in southern part in every direction. So all the luminaries could be doing the same thing. The only thing is we never went in that deep. And this could be the reason. That could be also the most simple way of explaining, right? There is the Globus can't say that there wasn't an explanation for 24-hour sun before. Yeah.
No, I got it. They're gonna do something, and it might be convincing. But you know what? But Jaron says, hey, if they're gonna fake it, he doesn't think that's a possibility. I think it is. But if they're gonna fake it, let them fake it, and then let them expose it. I think if it is faked, I think they'll be able to figure it out. I think they'll be able to see through it. But as you said, an optical sky, sure, the sky is optical, and if you're in Union Glacier looking south, it's like you're in a planetarium staring up at the dome ceiling, right? It's super close to you. So could they project something onto that dome? Why the fuck not? Why couldn't
Hey
they?
guys, I think and that's a good point, Dave. They could, or they've been making these observations for a long time from there, and that's a chosen spot. And if you think about Iffy Core did something about 7 years ago. He did a 3D rendering that was very similar to what they were just showing. Now, where this magnetic downward force and dielectric upward force, that the not the analemma, but the circuit that the sun travels on, right? It's shaped like a Pringles chip almost. So if you got up close to eye level, you would notice as it went away from you, it would go up and then back down and back around, up and down. Right now, I'm thinking Union Glacier is at a point to where when you look out, the furthest away when the sun is going almost all the way down, it's going to be at its highest point at that point, and I think that's why it won't set.
So let me see if
Hey, before you go, just one other thing I want to say. The biggest thing that Jaron says is if the sun, the sun doesn't bank a left turn, the real sun, just like Joe said, the northern stars are the real star rotation, the southern stars rotation are the apparent star rotation. So if the sun is doing the same thing, the real sun is not going to bank a left-hand turn. It's going to go, and I would say at noon, the real sun and the apparent sun would be on top of each other. And then if you're south of the apparent sun, as that apparent sun banks left, you're not going to see the real sun. It's going to blind you to the real sun.
Right.
You're not going to see it.
So
that's a good point.
One thing I think Dave has kind of mentioned it twice now is there is a solar cycle. It's an 11-year cycle, and we're about to hit solar max this year.
Yes.
So
wait, let me ask you a question, Joe. Sorry to interrupt again. I'm just a little excited. The sunspots, if it is a mirrored sun, would they be backwards? But that's kind of just like the moon is backwards in Australia from the United States. Would it be the same type of thing?
Yeah, I almost think in this situation that when they're looking at the midnight sun, the sunspots would most likely appear just as they appear to us in the north versus how they appear to someone in the south. So, like, for instance, I'm in the north looking at the sunspots. Let's say the sun's over the equator. I'm here in South Carolina, and somebody in South America, my same time on is looking at the sun. We're both looking at the sun at the same time between us. He's looking from the south. I'm looking for the north. We're going to see sunspots reversed. Well, I think if you're what I'm assuming is in the southern sun that far south, it would flip them again back to how it looks in the north.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, this 11-year solar cycle could have something to do with it. I don't rule that out. Personally, I ascribe more to the moon map theory, so I think it's very possible that it could be a cyclical thing as well. And only, I mean, there's lots of variables. I don't really just tie myself down to one thing. I try to.
I got a question about the moon map theory, and it's something I like it. I'm not hanging my hat on it yet. But how do the star alignments like Orion over the pyramids work with that? Like, let's say in 12,000 years from now, when the inhabitable land is on the other side of the Great Circle, would the stars still align?
I think because offset. Well, see, when the livable realm moves to the other side, personally, I believe everything else is under ice.
Right. What about the star alignment?
Yeah.
Think of it like this, Dave. Think of it like this. If I can help, some of these star constellations are a lot higher up in our universe, in our firmament, or even and think of it like this as well. Some of these star constellations could be outside of the firmament, like the sun could be, and we're just seeing the apparent stars. So that'd be a hard question to answer, but go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, what I was saying.
The North Pole is still going to be the axis which everything moves around. So if so the constellation also have to be perceived on the other parts. Looks like.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just like in my star trail video, you get an apparent position and rotation of the overall star field depending on where you're at. The same thing works with the entire realm if you think about it that way. So Polaris is actually at the center going around the central vortex. There's a little bit of offset. That offset's what causes the ecliptic. But we also have that apparent view. So no matter where you are at, the view is apparent to you. So even if 10,000, 12,000 years from now, or 13,000 years from now, when the livable circle is on the other side in the moon map scenario, if you were over here on this side, then you would still get that star alignment relative to your perspective, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that kind of does.
Yeah.
The example I tell people to look is on a sunny day when you're outside and there's cars all over the place on the highway, in a parking lot, whatever. Look at each windshield, and there'll be a sun inside of each car.
Yeah, and it looks like it's following you.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it, Dave.
What's that?
Yeah.
That's a great analogy right there alone.
Yeah, whenever I'm out and the sun is up and I look at it, I just like everyone's in their own personal little dome.
Yeah, and there is some speculation that there are two domes, right? One of the dome moves where we perceive this, whatever we're perceiving, and then there is the main dome that have everything, right? With the central axis to the North Pole.
I've thought about that as well in the past. So if you think about this, the whole universe I always think this is really cool. The whole universe has to be rendered down to fit into your pupil. How about that?
Yeah, that's kind of like how I explain the 24-hour sun. One, not just the sky above us, but how our eye, when we're that far south, is giving us our own personal azimuthal grid dome view, which it does for everybody. So like here, I have my own personal shrunk down version of the sky that I see. And the same thing with somebody in the one state over, or just a few miles away. They have their own. Like I can go out and look at the stars right now, and drive 5 miles down the road and get out and face the same direction, look at the same stars, and they look like they're in different positions in the sky. And it's just an apparent location based off of single perspective and how our eyes shrink down the larger sky into a smaller sky.
Wow. That's cool.
The ancient clockmakers, the Jewish clockmakers, they still have this all information and data of how these luminaries and these domes work, and all that cycle of those 12,000 years or more, like through that moon map or through the astronomical clock of Prague. It's just a representation of the same thing. So all that information, all this data, all that truth is right there coded, and these people have it, but
Yeah.
it's not for everybody.
Yeah, I agree. And even like me with the moon map, I say that right now, everything that's not livable is under ice. I could be wrong about that. There could be sections that are not under ice and that there's livable lands and we just don't know about it. You know,
Joe, I know I brought this up before. What do you guys think about the news story that was kind of just buried in the last year or two about Antarctica increasing in temperature over 50 degrees?
yeah, that kind of, I think I touched on that last time. I think that falls in line with moon map theory, being that as the livable area, we know that magnetic north, or at least they tell us, and it seems to be trackable, that the magnetic north is moving around geographic north, which fits the moon map model better than anything, because it actually accounts for that. It accounts for that great year cycle. So you have the magnetic north moving around the geographic north. And so as the ice wall moves with the livable realm, because the sun keeps that circular area melted, you would have portions of the ice wall that are melting off, getting warmer, and portions of it that are growing and getting colder, which seems to be what we observe in real life, because there's areas of the ice that are growing and areas of the ice that are melting. They always show us the ice that's melting. They rarely ever talk about the areas that are growing.
Huh.
That fits the narrative a little better.
Yeah, and it would make sense with the anode and cathode of the sun and moon, in our circle where we're living now. So as the sun and moon would progressively move, so would magnetic north. You see what I'm saying? Because they're placed perfectly where that middle point would always be magnetic north. You know what I mean? It would be equidistant from that spot, the sun and moon. And as they moved, melting the ice and refreezing, so would magnetic north move with it.
Yeah, I mean, you can basically look at it like a self-sustaining system that gives the lands furlough time. Just like, you know, a farmer should if he has a bunch of fields, after so many years, he should let one field sit furlough for a year and not do anything with it. Well, you can kind of look at that on a larger scale of Earth. It's a self-sustaining system that exposes new lands while giving the older lands time, a furlough period, a period of rest. And then it just continues that cycle throughout however long the creator set it up to do that. Personally, I believe that cycle started after the flood. I believe pre-flood, the whole realm was inhabited and tropical, or somewhat tropical to some extent. And then after the flood is when the ice wall grew and separation of the lands happened, and it explains the ice ages. I mean, there's a lot there, but that's just kind of where I stand.
So does anyone know how long the trip is from South America to Union Glacier, right? Because they're about here, and then they're going to fly to Union Glacier, which is this green dot here. I think it's like 4 hours, 5 hours.
Yeah, I've never looked into that. I don't know.
Right. And they're not that far from the South Pole. Like, is it? They're pretty close. But so look at these are all these red dots are all of the bases that are supposedly there, right? And now let me just switch screens real quick, and then this is what it would look like on a flat Earth. Whoops, did I open up the right one? Yeah, I did. Did I? Yeah, there it is. Where is it? Where'd it go?
It's up. We can see it.
Yeah. I can't see it on my side. Oh, there it is. And so they're literally going to right here. on the bottom right at 5 o'clock. And so the question is, what about all these other bases over here on the other side of Australia? Like, is there any record of anybody traveling between those bases? Anybody come from these bases and go to Union Glacier? I mean, why wouldn't you? You're in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Well, maybe only because you're not allowed.
Right? There's zero.
Well, if you notice, there is a gap on your about 7, 8 o'clock kind of area here. There's
Huge
no
gap.
basis there.
Yeah.
Now, from my research, what it suggests is there are all these Antarctic treaty countries that have all these bases, which is the red dots here. Now,
Yep.
there is a big chunk of Antarctica, even on a regular Antarctica looking map that they show us, that is carved up. And there is a section that it says nobody, no Antarctic treaty country has a right to be there, to that
Maybe
land.
that's where the summer gate is. The thing
Yeah,
they call
right.
the summer gate.
And
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's an access point, an ocean to an outer world. Who knows?
who
Again,
regulates that too?
yeah, the
And
Jews.
you guys heard, you guys saw Will Duffy sharing about that Indian guy who's supposed to walk 1,700 miles and cross the South Pole, right?
Yeah, 17,000 miles.
You guys saw that?
Yeah, I walked.
No,
I
no,
walked 3 miles
1,700
today.
miles.
My legs are tired.
In the cold?
It was cold today. I'd wear a sweatshirt. Come on.
Oh, it's freezing today.
Have you guys seen Crow's pictures of the sun?
Not really.
I looked at a few the other day, like
Nope.
2 days ago, I think.
Yeah, when you were talking about, the whole universe fitting in your eye. Every time I look at his things, to me, it looks like the workings of an eye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think. I mean, in my opinion, this is we're living in the vision of God, our Creator, and because it operates exactly the same way our eye does. With when the whole universe renders down to you in your eye, it's such a personal experience, and by the way, the light, the conical beam of light that Joe talks about, it enters your eye in a toroidal fashion. How about that?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful, beautiful story, man. And
Right.
I
Hey,
think
so
anybody, but yeah,
the last thing I want to say about Jaron and Austin is I can't think of two better people to go. Jaron is very clever. The Austin's super smart. They're gonna do everything they're doing on their own. They're not even telling Will Duffy what they're doing. They barely talk to Will Duffy. And Jaron's point of view is, I don't care if Will Duffy's a scammer, a liar, whatever. He's paying for the trip. We get to go observe. I'm bringing back observations. That's what they're going to do. They're going to bring back up.
Dave,
Yeah.
would you go if the Satan wanted to took you to South Pole and to
I
record?
didn't go because Satan invited me to go.
Why
Right?
why wouldn't you? I mean, it is a funny question. Why wouldn't you? Let's go with Satan and let's see. Let's go with let's go.
You're missing my point. I agree with you. When the first email I got from Will, I could sense in his email that this guy was up to something no good. I said, I want nothing to do with you. And then, the guy is completely disingenuous. I mean, I have nothing good to say about the guy. And I'm pretty sure that I'm right about everything that I'm thinking about him. But that said, Jaron's going. That's his choice. It's good that we have somebody going, because if they didn't go and like Lisbeth and two of her friends went, we'd be in deep trouble. Okay. Lisbeth is just a cute little innocent girl with very, very little knowledge. But she's got Austin and Jaron with them, so it's going to be okay. Right?
Okay, would you go with David Copperfield? let's tone it down a little bit.
I'm sure David Copperfield's involved. Okay. There's a good chance. But the thing is, I wouldn't go on the premise of this is a final and experiment. The entire false premise is ridiculous. So That's why. And plus, I hate the cold. I don't want to go. But
Yeah, really.
if I had like a free trip to Antarctica to go make observations independently, yeah, maybe I'd go. But I don't want anything to do with these demons. And just look who he surrounds himself with. That says it all. I mean, he's got the worst of the worst around him.
I mean, he's the government. He's the government agent, in my opinion. But what I find suspicious, can somebody explain it to me? How is it so easy for Will Duffy, with random guy with few thousand subscribers, unknown? How it is so easy for him to get a hold of Candace Owens with a huge platform and just to propose to her, hey, I'm doing this.
That was he reached out to her. I reached out to Candace Owen. I got in touch with her. I talked to Candace.
Yeah,
right. And Will Duffy actually sent me an email last night. Said, "Hey, Candace is looking to have on a flat earther and a globe earther. Are you interested?" And I said, "Austin will do it. I don't want anything to do with him, and I don't want anything to do with him setting up a debate or anything like that. It's ridiculous." But I hope he said, "Okay, I'll check with Austin." But I think that is a organic happening. Now, Candace sending her producer down there, is he compromised? He could be. I have no idea who her producer is. No idea. That could be some sort of a setup. Some people say that Candace Owens is an agent. People say that David Icke's an agent. I stick up for David Icke. I don't think he's an agent. Okay. Now that might make me an agent in some of your minds, right? But the guy hasn't been wrong about anything yet. So my point is, I think I understand why you're making all of these possible assumptions, because Will Duffy is an evil dude, right? This is not organic. I believe that he's literally facing jail time, and this is what he's doing to get out of it.
Yeah, I'd say that one thing, I'm glad it's happening. I'm glad that Austin and Jaren are going, just like David. I think that regardless of what, going to bring back good information. And
they're going to bring back good information. And guess what? If Jaren keeps saying what he said, and now he's so confident that the sun it circles and there is no apparent sun and everything, that's fine. I don't agree with it. But no matter what he says, it doesn't matter. It's his opinion. There's people saying that we live on a Pac-Man map. There's people saying that the Earth rises up. The truth will come out.
Yep.
And they're going to bring back observations. And if there's with the hive mind looking at it, there's no friggin' way that that we're not going to see through everything else they've done. Look at all of the 24-hour videos they've done. We busted all of them. Look at the fake trips across Antarctica. We've busted all of them. The circumnavigation, the planes, the spider tracks, everything. And guess what? Jaren has busted a lot of that stuff himself. So
what they are not going to come back with is with the footage of a setting sun. This is not what they're going to come back with.
There's 0% chance they're going to have a setting sun. But if they go there and it's cloudy the whole time and you can't tell crap, the reason that is like the easiest outcome, because then Flat Earth will be like, you know what? I'm not going to spend money going down there to try to film the 24-hour, prove the sunsets. Look at all the money Will Duffy wasted, and it'll serve its purpose. But I don't think it's that small of a trick. That's like a little setup. This is way bigger. This is like David Copperfield making the friggin' Statue of Liberty disappear setup, but bigger.
Yeah.
Did you guys?
Another thing that anybody could go to camp basically any year. You just have to pay $36,000 to do it. Like, right. Go down
and freeze your ass off and piss and shit in a bucket, and it's not a pleasurable thing.
So I want my back might die here in a few minutes, guys. So if it does, then I've had a good time. I've enjoyed this conversation. I always enjoy these conversations. So if I out, that's why my battery's gonna die.
Yeah, thanks for time, brother. And yeah, Dave, this is not Flat Earth Talk 3. This was a how you say, so it was a sub thread. Out of that, we were just hanging out, discussing few things, eclipses, the
No, no,
star
I get
trails.
it. Listen. This is something that we should definitely talk about and stuff. But I just want to point out to everybody that over the last 10 years, half the shit we've busted NASA and for is Jaron did it. Jaron is responsible for half of it. Right. So, you know, anyone thinking that he is compromised, there's 0% chance he's compromised. Right. And 0% chance he's a baller. He's not a baller. Okay.
I have one question for you guys. Did you watch the Dave McKeegan's latest video? He said something about like the guy who is going to go there. I think it's his name on YouTube is Critical Think. So he sent email to ALE, the company that will bring them there. So he asked them like, is there a undisrupted view of the 360 degrees horizon? And they told him that that is from Dave McKeegan's video. They told him that there are some mountains there, so there is but they will accommodate them, the crew, Will Duffy's crew. They will accommodate them and they will take them few kilometers from the camp so they can have an undisrupted view of horizon. Did you hear about that?
I did hear that they were gonna, for 2 of the days, relocate them or something. I wasn't sure. I'm not sure the details. It came through Elizabeth actually, and there was something weird about that. And Jaron's like, "Wait a minute, that's not in the plan." So I don't know what happened with that.
Well, I've seen some personal videos of the mountains that are kind of surrounding them. I've seen some other prior trips to where people will go hike up to the top of that mountain, so they can have a clear view of, I guess, for them it was a different reason, but I'm sure you would be able to notice if it would set or not that way. And I don't know if they're camping out up there, but I did see something similar to that. My question is, does anyone know the elevation right there where they're going to be staying, from sea level?
I think it's like 2 miles.
It's fairly
2 miles?
2 miles high.
Wow.
12,000
Yeah,
feet.
you're going to be able to see. Man, I hope it's clear. One of them.
It's got to be one of the highest points then.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Antarctica by
Don't quote me on that. I just from looking in the past, I think it's like 2 miles.
Well, it's all right around that height.
2.37 miles or something like that. The alleged.
Oh, where the cargo ship was?
Yeah, where the cargo ship was. Right. Yeah. I heard today that NASA owns the rights to the insides of the Giza pyramids and owns the rights to where the Egyptian stuff is in the Grand Canyon. Like NASA owns like all of these weird things.
Yeah, because they don't want us to know about free energy. And free energy.
I just think about this, and this is me just speculating. The people that we see controlling this world are the puppets of the real controllers. Who are the real controllers? Well, I think they live outside of what the area we call Antarctica. Our leaders go down there at the weirdest times. They disappear for 2 or 3 days, then they reappear, and then they go home. So maybe the leaders of this world are literally the fallen angels, or who the hell knows what they are. And
Dave, I think the leaders. Sorry to interrupt you. I think the leaders are old people behind the curtain, like in Wizard of Oz.
right. Whatever they are, they're the people with the real technology, the technology that built the old world. The free energy technology. They're the ones that who knows, how this stuff was built. I think it was angelically built, but they're the ones with that. So if they're the ones protecting this globe lie, who knows what technology they have down there? And to fool a couple people in an isolated camp in the middle of the friggin' snow, I don't think it's a hard thing to do. But that's me. I don't know if they're going to try to fake it. You know, there's so many people like, oh, Dave Weiss thinks they're going to fake it, and that's a whole nother side. I don't think they're going to fake it. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah,
Did you guys see the
least you
launch
think
of
they
the
can fake it.
China?
I have several reasons
Uh-oh.
thinking that they can't fake it. There's a few reasons why I think they can't fake it. One, there would have to be some sort of merger and split off, which could be argued that they hide that with clouds. But two, if who knows how to operate a cameras down there and they have a solar filter, they see.
I agree, but here's the thing, Joe. What if the sun that we see is a projected apparent sun, which we kind of think it is? What if they have that same technology?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're going to have
It's a lot of, it's a lot possible of technology that we don't understand, and these people are playing with projectors and projection and holographic stuff.
I'm going to side with Joe. I think you're right. I don't think they can either, but I'm not ruling it out.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't rule it out 100% because I just don't know. But I think it would be very hard. And I think with the proper equipment, even if they did fake it, that you would be able to tell how they were faking it, like with a projector.
Joe, I don't know because we're not faking a sun, a physical burning sun in a space vacuum. We're faking a projected apparent sun. Well, wait a minute. It's a projected apparent sun. Who says they don't have the same technology? And I use this analogy all the time. If it was 1980 and I said, I can give you a piece of glass and you can look at it and have a 4K conversation with people all across the world for free, you'd say that technology doesn't exist. I can't even imagine that.
Exactly.
Very true.
Yeah.
Joe, Dave, were you here or listening earlier when I was giving that analogy to Joe about, the two observers on the ground from that perspective, and the zenith, what it was that it was an example to show that from our view down here, looking at, say, in a flat piece of land like a desert, 7 miles apart, or 6.5.
Right.
Two observers kind of. Okay. So if you're just two people on the ground looking toward each other, right in each other's direction, that middle point, right, when the sun sets for one person, it'll simultaneously rise for the other.
Correct.
You got me so far? Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're looking level at each other. Okay. But supposedly the sun is way, 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 way above our head. I know about the convergence point and stuff like that, but what I'm saying is from down here looking up, they could do some things, you know what I mean? That would blow our mind, I'm sure.
What we have to remember is the atmosphere on the clearest of days becomes opaque over a relatively short distance, whether it's 100 miles or 200 miles, I'm not sure, but it becomes opaque, so opaque it'll hide the sun, right? And so when you're looking at celestial objects, celestial objects, lights in the sky, the horizon for them is over 10,000 feet above your eye level, but it looks like it's at your eye level. And then any terrestrial object, mountain, buildings, boats, that appears to be at your eye level, but it's basically it's within 6 feet of your eye level if you're standing up on flat surface, right? So it goes into the horizon. So when you're watching something go away, it goes behind something. Like I use the analogy of you're sitting in your yard and your neighbor comes up to a 5-foot tall fence and he's talking to you, and you can see him from the shoulders up, and then when he walks away, his head will disappear from the bottom up, right? But if you were on the other side of your yard, the top of the fence will look like it's at your eye level, and you wouldn't be able to see the fence, if it was the horizon. Just like there you go, right there, right?
Yes.
That horizon that sun is going to go behind is.
That's the atmospheric deck you're talking about.
It's 20,000 feet above your eye level.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's at your eye level.
Dave, we were talking about this on TikTok last week, Dave. That's a great analogy, bro.
You know, like Jaron always repeats himself a lot, and people are like, Jaron, you told that story 100 times. You got to repeat these stories.
Keep
You
saying
got to
it,
keep
bro. Yep.
repeating them. You got to keep repeating them because people don't get it.
Yeah,
You know,
that
there's so
and
many flat earthers that don't understand that what I was talking about, and they're starting to get it because I've been saying it so many times.
Yeah, a lot of flat earthers I see, they'll be like, "Why is the sun below the horizon?" It's not below the horizon. It's below the
Beyond.
deck.
It's beyond it.
Yeah, beyond it. But it appears to be below the atmospheric deck, not the horizon at this point. So, I mean, this right here is exactly what Dave's talking about. And if you take a lot of flights, and fortunately, I've been able to, anytime I want to go flying, I can do it. I have a pilot. As long as I pay for gas, to take me up. What you know is this deck starts 100 feet to a couple thousand feet and goes to several thousand feet up, and you pass through it. When you're directly beneath it looking up, you hardly see it. When you get into it, you see it really well. And when you're above it looking straight down, you hardly see it. But when you look out, you see it big time. And that's the atmospheric deck that causes a lot of these phenomenon, like the sun beneath the horizon.
And now throw some superfluid up there, and your mind can't handle it.
Right. Yeah, you know what I tell people is, you know, I don't know you well, Dave, but I know I've studied, you know, a lot of the stuff, and I appreciate what you've done. And you know, this right here, this is what's happening. See, Globers, they only have one alley, right? They only have one out, and that's what the founding fathers of their religion said, right? That's the only thing they can go by, and if they veer from that script, then you know, it starts to ravel and fall apart. Well, this is the way I see it. This is a new era, and we are connecting the dots, everything. You know, the study of the eye, the way the atmosphere works. I mean, we're cramming all this information together to make one cohesive picture, and it will be the saving grace, man. The truth will start setting these people free, and it shows the creator. And yeah, I'll land it there.
Yeah. This is an amazing time we're living in, and you know, Jaron and Austin I trust them more than I trust me. How's that?
They're definitely not. They're not against it.
They're definitely listen, and I understand in this friggin' research field, you got to be suspicious of everybody. I'm not 100% sure about Joe Hanvey. No, he could be an agent, but I am 100% sure about Austin and Jaron, and I'm hoping that my testimony here will help others lose the suspicion, because
Okay, Dave, sorry to interrupt you. I can't lose suspicion. Tell me, please, because you were late. I was asking the panel about that. What about Witzit's interview with Duffy when he puts the 1 eye intro, 3 minutes 1 eye intro symbolism?
Oh, brother, come on, man, come on.
No, come on, please. I can't let that pass.
I don't remember it, but what? I swear to God, I didn't hear about it. I don't remember it, but
oh my God.
Listen, how about this? You know that we launched a cryptocurrency through the app called Dome Shot, and we gave out 33 million shares on 9/11. Does that make us shills?
No.
Hey, my battery's about to die, so I'm gonna close out here. But I'll show this real quick before I leave. Look at this sun here. Would you say that's a sphere?
No, it's flat.
No,
not really. Not
flat
not
either.
Not from here.
Does it
It's
look like
concave? Knowing you.
Yeah, it's concave.
It's a cup.
It's a false sun that I made, and I made it concave. And does it not not mirror kind of what we see as our real sun?
Yeah.
And look, it absolutely. People who say that, oh, these are obviously spheres and all.
No,
this.
they're not. I know you. I get it. I'm with you, Joe. You and I are on the same freaking page on all of this. Now, you're stronger believing that they're going to see an optical sun. I'm less than 50%, but I'm close to 50%. Right. So it'll be interesting. We have
Geo waiting in the line because I cannot put more than 6 people. So
all right, Joe, get out of here.
All right, y'all.
No,
Have a good
no.
Oh,
one, Joe.
Joe, hey Joe, I made a killer video out of your star rotation thing, and I'm featuring it on the app on Tuesday. It's killer. It's
Yeah.
really good.
I'll
I
check.
enhanced it a little bit.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. It's fun. It's always
Good
fun.
work.
Y'all have a good night. We'll talk again soon.
Joe,
Oh,
thanks
yeah.
for
You
on
too,
the week,
buddy.
bro.
Thanks. Good night.
Joe, yeah, thanks for passing by, brother. Yeah, we'll continue.
Well, have a good night, guys.
All right, Joe.
Yeah.
Talk to
You
you
too,
soon,
man.
bro. All right.
Hey, have you guys, when you're looking at luminaries, a lot of them to these P900 and P1000 videos, I've seen a lot over the years, and there is a commonality between a lot of them with the hole in the middle, and then there's like a plus sign.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. You notice that? I think what's happening there, just my opinion, just because I'm a biblical guy, is I think that's the exit hole in the top of the dome up there, looking down through. I don't know if it's like the four rivers in the middle of the realm. Who knows? But I thought that was
Crow has been
really
talking
cool.
about that the stars could be holes in the firmament. It's interesting.
Mhm.
It's just like your eye.
Yeah.
Well, and what's weird about that? In my left eye, when I kind of blink it or whatever, you know how you get these on a camera, you'll get these lens flare looking things that kind of resemble a star. You know what I mean? And then some of the stars up in the firmament, they kind of have this little refresh rate where they'll have lines going through them, not the wavy look, but just straight lines, and then it'll kind of go up and then back down, and then it'll become a whole circle again, or a whole circle again. I can see the same thing with my left eye. Like if I just look and get the right angle just right, it looks exactly the same. And if I go to blink my eye or close it just slightly, it'll have the same exact lines going across. So, I mean, it's all lining up for me with, what's happening in the sky is the same thing that's happening with my eye. Yeah.
Can you hear me good?
Yeah, Gio, how are you, brother?
I'm
Long
good.
time no see. What is now your take happening with this whole the final experiment?
You kind of know what I thought, right? I show you the whole like 3D model blender and how I think that they're gonna use their tokamak, the Russian tokamak.
We we
Nuclear
we don't hear you very clearly. I think come maybe closer to the mic.
Hold on, I'm sorry about that. How about now?
No, before was better than in comparison. Maybe just come nearer to the
How
mic.
about this
Yeah,
one? This one is
yeah,
better,
this is
right?
better. Yeah, this is better. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think in my opinion, right, I do think they're gonna use the tokamak, the Russian.
What is tokamak?
The tokamak is you know how they have. When I started going down this rabbit hole, I was like, what the heck? So almost all the strongest nation, Chinese, Europeans, Russians. I'm not sure about the Americans. Yeah, I think the Americans also. They're doing the
Oh,
nuclear fusion.
you were on Jaren's call and
Correct.
explain
Correct.
this. All right, all right.
Yeah. I really think they're using that, and people are like, oh well, if they light it up down there, that means that people are gonna see it in Australia. I'm like, no, that's not true. They only need to light up an area of like 50 square miles, and that's it. Because the Union Glacier camp is a jail cell. You're not
Right.
allowed to touch. You're
It's
not
an
allowed to touch
amphitheater.
clean snow. You're not allowed to touch clean snow. It's in the guidelines of the Union Glacier camp, so they're stuck there, unless it's programmed for them to go and leave somewhere.
Explain the tokamak for me a little bit better.
Just look at it. Well, let me see if so for 10 years already they're trying to like stabilize the nuclear
You can
fusion
share screen
reaction.
if you like. Yeah, if you can share
Yeah,
screen, I can.
yeah, I'll share it in a bit. So for about I think more than 10 years they're trying to stabilize the nuclear fusion reaction, and it's just like a spherical ball, and they eject some hydrogen, make sure gas in it, and it supposedly makes endless heat like very hot. And with this, supposedly they could generate so much electricity that they're gonna give us free electricity.
What about the sunspots? How would they stick those in there?
I have no idea, bro.
Good
I
answer.
have no
Good
idea.
answer.
I have
Yeah,
no,
but that tokamak thing, it makes heat. Maybe that explains the 50-degree increase in Antarctica. Maybe they've been experimenting with it for the last few years.
well, check this out, Dave. There's a phenomenon that happens all the time, and this happens also where the cruise ships goes to like Ushuaia. They leave Ushuaia and they go to Antarctica.
Yeah.
I think at 6 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the afternoon when the sun, because there the sun does go away, right? But beyond 66.6, that's what I've read in some cases, and it's around 66.7 or some point 5 in other articles. But beyond that latitude is where you can start seeing the 24-hour sun. So you have to go more south in order for you to start seeing the 24-hour sun. So um when you're at Ushuaia, when you're Deception Island, for example, where the cruise ships go to, or when they go to the coastline of Antarctica, at 6 o'clock when the sun is going away, there's that temperature change when the sun leaves, and this temperature change would automatically, as a natural phenomena, cloud the skies completely, and you'll see this in all the cruise. And I don't think they're actually clouding the skies. Not naturally, because I did research this also in the Arctic, and I watched people that like goes camping in the Arctic woods for like for a weekend or something like that, and literally at six, just look this up, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the change in temperature, or at 6 o'clock at night also the change in temperature again. So the sun either hitting the snow that's there, or the sun going away and turning into colder at night. Of course, it creates a phenomena where the you get the mist, and also you get sometimes cloudy skies. And this happens a lot in the Arctic, and it does happen also where the cruise ships are at.
When
So
there's
what
24
I'm
hours.
trying to yeah,
Go
so
ahead,
I'm
go ahead,
sorry.
go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is that they are in their benefit to, if they want to fake the rest of the 12. So if the sun, yeah, right, if the world is a globe, right, and you're standing down there at Union Glacier Camp, the sun is going grazing the horizon around you 360 degrees at 20 to 30 degrees high from the horizon, right?
Right.
So at 180 degrees, if the earth was flat, or 160, because maybe you're farther down south,
Yeah.
you should see the sun going only 140 degrees, 180 degrees one side, facing north, right?
Yeah.
Facing north, if you're down there. But when the sun is going away, everything naturally gets clouded. And I've seen this with people going to Union Glacier Camp. There's no days that is clear skies. That's a
Right.
fact.
That's what Will Duffy's so sure it's going to be blue sky. But here's the thing. I know I'm with
No.
you. I'm with you. I haven't
Yeah.
seen a single video of blue skies there.
There you go.
But Jaren's big thing is, how would the sun split away? I think that you wouldn't see the sun as it splits away if there was a fake sun or an apparent sun that's circled around. Either way, fake or real. But what you're saying is, at 12 noon, whatever, in the afternoon, it gets cloudy, and then all of a sudden the sun comes out of the clouds, the fake sun or the apparent sun.
Yeah, at 6
comes
o'clock,
around.
8 o'clock, yeah, it starts
And then the
getting
Globers will
clouded.
be like, well, we know there's a day sun, it's the night sun, and that'll be the argument, and that's where they make the switch.
Yep.
Whether it's
Well,
a natural thing or a fake thing, But Jaren says, if we don't see the sun go all the way around, that was part of the deal, then it's a win for flat Earth. However, they'll spin the crap out of that.
yeah, I saw the day that he was reading the contract. He didn't talk about that though.
Well, no, he talked about that beforehand on his interview
Okay.
with Will. Go watch his interview with Will. I think that's where it was, but they did discuss that, but it doesn't matter. The way they'll spin the details afterwards is, they
yeah.
always spin everything. But I remember what I was gonna say before. You mentioned cruise lines. Did you guys hear Norwegian cruise lines canceled all of their trips to Antarctica?
Well, there was this lady on
Really?
TikTok. Yeah, there was
Yep.
this lady that made this channel on TikTok that was called Ruined Vacations, and the channel is not there anymore. But they actually, she booked the ticket in advance for like 2 years, which she's an American, and everybody showed up that day so that they could leave from I don't know where
Oh
the
yeah,
tour
yeah, yeah.
was.
I
I think
saw
it's in
that channel. I saw that video.
Florida, yeah.
But this is new. This is new. This is they recently, I'm not sure exactly when, canceled all of their. It might not just be Antarctica. It might be international trips, and that could be political, for political reasons. But I just find the timing fascinating.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I find the timing fascinating.
Well,
Maybe they don't want
Anybody-
anybody on a cruise ship near Deception Island filming the sun cruising, northwest, and which would contradict what we see in Union Glacier. So they're trying to clear out the area. Where better is a controlled area to control people? The only place on Earth left is Antarctica, and the only people seeing the show are going to be the selected people at Union Glacier. That's it.
yeah.
Right.
I really do believe that it is the final experiment for the elites. I really do believe that they are ready to receive tourists there and have the 24-hour sun now. Now.
Really?
You know how much money China poured into that nuclear fission? One with a T, $1 trillion. $1
1,000 billion.
trillion for the sun nuclear fission that China was trying to make. And from let me share the screen. From what I know, from what I've seen, is I think Russia has the one that's the most portable one, and all of these.
Oh yeah. Till you share the screen, I would like to add that I don't really throw it out of this that they have the capability to uh, make it artificially a 24-hour sun. There are possibilities because of the technology wise, but I almost go in that there might be possible a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth, right?
Well,
Because
let me tell you, Vika. One way I think they may be able to do this. Jaron was making the comments that, oh, how would they be able to hold something up in the sky like that? Well, if anybody remembers airships and what they could carry, like like hundreds and hundreds of tons.
Yeah, I was
I
saying
think
that
they
last
could do
time we
that,
were on.
and the holographic technology. And they have military grade, like this fabric that will reflect, like just say the sky is blue behind the
yeah,
airship.
like a camouflage, yeah, camouflage
Yes,
tech.
and so who's to say that they couldn't be filming the sun live and just projected onto something hanging
They
from
could.
one of
It
those?
also could be held up by electrostatics, and it also
Yeah.
could not be something physical. Maybe the whole patent on the artificial sun is a red herring to make us be focusing on this big chunky piece of metal when it's something completely different.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Exactly.
yeah, that's true. I mean, Dave, don't they just throw it always in your face? Deception Island and all this
Why
stuff.
why would they let us really see the pictures of the artificial sun if that really was the artificial sun?
Yeah, well,
Proba trace. Just a second. How about Proba trace that they eclipse on demand? They can
also,
do eclipse on
Right.
demand with flying stuff out there.
Yeah.
So if that's possible, if they are trying to play God by creating artificial eclipses, what else they can do? We know that they are doing a weather manipulation a lot, especially what happened in the recent time in Spain. You guys cannot imagine at what magnitude these things are going. So technology wise, there might be possible. We're not saying it is there, like it's because stuff there are patents for artificial sun. We are not saying it is going to be that, but there are patents.
yeah. Let's be honest for a second. Have we seen this on the mainstream media?
Nothing.
No.
I haven't.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I've
And if
seen.
you, yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
go ahead.
they talk about it, right? They talk about, oh, they're trying to stabilize the nuclear fusion reaction, and they they're working on it supposedly, but this project supposedly is to give people free energy, and we are, a lower
Oh,
cost in
okay.
energy.
I see what
But
you're asking now. Yeah, I've seen one in China. They're already finished. It's about that size and it produces 5 times the heat of the sun.
right,
And they did a test launch in the middle of the night and lit up the whole sky, man. It
yeah,
was brilliant. But yeah.
so the one of the military cargo planes that do transport like tankers, and stuff like that can carry up to 170 tons. This by itself, without
Mhm.
anything else to it, and having a stabilized nuclear fusion on the inside, only weighs 110 tons. And these are the
Mm.
vehicles that we know of and that are public.
Mhm.
Now, drones are more popular in these times, and I wouldn't leave out the fact that there could exist a drone that could carry this 110-ton
Well,
piece of
this is what I was
metal
referring
and
to
drag it
with the
around slowly, like 50 miles away or something like that, or
well,
10
with
miles
the
away.
old
Sorry, go
the
ahead.
old airships. The old airships can carry that easy. I mean, that would be no problem. Uh, I, I don't see why people think that it wouldn't be possible. I mean, it's and those things could fly around forever almost.
All right. Yeah. I mean, they have. We know. I mean, if you're a very good truther, you know that they have nuclear container ships that could last 22 years. 22 years without refilling. So, if they
You know,
have an airplane with that, yeah, sure. I believe they have an airplane with that could do it. But in my opinion, it's stuff that they do a couple of days of the year. They don't do it throughout the whole year. You know. And this is why I think it's called the final experiment, and this is why I think that they're ready for the public to go see the 24-hour sun down there, because I think they're ready with this in order to do this and actually, if supposedly finish flat earth forever, and they're coming out with this show. I think it's an Indian show, right? The flat earth show, 10 episodes at the end of the year also. So
really?
yeah, it's there. Have you heard of that, Dave or
Nah,
Pika?
I haven't. That sounds interesting.
Oh yeah,
Which one? Which one?
it's a 10 episode flat Earth show that they're gonna release at around this almost the same time that Witsit and them are going there. So I don't know, man.
That's right around the corner.
Oh yeah.
It's just over
It-
2 weeks now.
yep. Well, they've been filming it for like 2 months already. It's flat Earth reality show.
Who's
Where
there?
is it?
Who is in it? Like flat Earth reality show? Who's in it?
Nobody knows who's in
Yeah,
it, and this
and
is why it's
this is the one
deceptive.
where they paid the families to like prove the flat Earth. They gave them money.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Again, this is part of the coordinated effort. It's all happening at the same time. You got Bill Nye and Shatner and Neil deGrasse Tyson going to Antarctica the day those guys leave. Suspicious.
Oh, no way.
Yes.
Yep.
The day they leave, they arrive. So they're going to go, oh, yeah, we're there. The midnight sun. It was crazy. You can hear Bill Nye now.
There you
He
go. Look
saw
at
it.
this.
We saw it. Everybody's seeing it.
Yeah.
There it is.
Things above.
And then so you got the Netflix coming out, and then you have SpaceX is flying over Antarctica for the first time, right in the middle of December.
How
You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Dave,
What's the title? What's the title? Geo, just scroll up.
let me see. Dave, isn't it that Elon Musk is actually supplying first time in history live streaming from Antarctica? Isn't that what he's doing supposedly?
Supposedly those guys are going to have Starlink or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think
they
that's what
want
they're
it,
gonna.
they want it going on live. Maybe what they're going to see will look better on a live stream because it's not the highly scrutinized and looked at footage. They want it all going out live. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's not the pre-recorded show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think
mean,
I think
they could film some stuff, just like imagine those 24-hour sun videos of Antarctica if those were streamed live and the whole world saw them. And and then it wasn't for a couple of weeks that we looked at them and go, look, it's layers, they did this, this is fake, right? Because it doesn't matter. It's like a headline in the news saying so and so is a pedophile, and then 6 weeks later they go, oh, maybe it wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, don't think how a lot of times to make something look authentic, what you do is you record the recording. You see what I'm saying? And that's the version you give the public.
And you make people film the projection.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So then nobody can say, hey, it was layered, or
Right.
Yeah.
There's ways to do it. I mean, there's ways to do it, and there's some smart people.
There's also charging issues down there. Like those guys, I think they're going to run out of battery power like more often than not. I think there's going to be like equipment issues down there, and they're only allowed to bring 50 pounds total, including clothing.
Oh, come on.
Tripods, cameras, right? Their clothing is going to weigh. When I go on a tropical vacation for a week,
exactly.
50 pounds in shorts.
I got a pair of fucking shorts and a t-shirt in there.
I want
Dude,
to
the P1000 is 50 pounds by itself.
Yeah.
Shit.
50 pounds. Is that? What
And
about
then it's something like $140 a pound over.
Wow.
So an extra
charge them up. Charge it to the game.
What's that? Say it again.
Sorry. I was saying charge it to the game, man. Just tell Will Duffy to fork it out.
Well,
yeah.
If that's something they had known ahead of time, that definitely should have been in the plan. Like, hey, we need to bring 200 pounds worth of equipment.
Really?
Yeah.
It sounds like a plan. It sounds like a plan, Dave, for sure. Because isn't it possible that in this decade, that so much they have seen flat Earth just like going every time expanding, and they thought, let's do a plan, a long-term plan.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That everybody falls for it, right? Even maybe it's that Jaron and Austin are also not aware that they are becoming a victim of that plan. Could be, right?
They're aware.
They have lot of money.
The game is rigged.
They have these people, the Globers, have a lot of money, and the way these people are throwing money around on this also shows it's just a possibility. We don't know what the hell is happening, but it's quite possible that it's a really long time plan in a good way to really shake the roots. It's quite possible, right?
Think about this. What if they wanted to bring a hydrogen alpha telescope, right? That would eliminate the chances of them faking anything. Well, that weighs 100 pounds, 150 pounds, whatever it is. It's not something light, all the equipment that goes with it. So they made it impossible. So these guys can't bring anything but GoPros and, their P1000.
Right.
Really? And an iPhone.
Right.
Well, I think Will Duffy, or I had heard that Will Duffy was going to bring some very high quality drones. Is that still in the plan? Just in case it is cloudy, we can,
Jaren's
get up.
a drone too, a Maverick, which is okay. But the thing is, a high quality drone is not going to get above the clouds. It's not.
Yeah.
Well, what if they're low hanging clouds? You see what I'm saying? Like maybe a couple thousand feet at the most.
Yeah, I mean, these drones don't go that high. That they don't get that high.
And they don't get that far also.
And the battery life, if you have brand new batteries smoking good and it's 70 degrees outside, your battery will last for 25 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes with a really, if you don't go too high and you just let it hover. Down there, it's going to last 5 minutes.
Yeah, in that weather, they need some of those NASA batteries that last forever.
Yeah, the NASA batteries, the moon batteries,
nuclear,
right?
The nuclear AA batteries, right?
Let me ask you this:
12 years beyond expected life.
Do you think the sun will behave the same, or say if you're south looking north, and the sun is going downrange and it's getting really really far downrange, even if it is cloudy, do you think when it gets close to the horizon that it will still be able to be seen under the clouds like it is here?
Because they're up so high, and like in New Zealand, is it New Zealand? Not New Zealand, in
What's their
Ushuaia,
altitude,
you
Dave?
get like 17 hours of daylight. That's because the sun there's no horizon. Remember I talk about the celestial horizon? There's no real celestial horizon. When it's cold and clear, you'll be able to see the sun way, way farther than you would from a lower humid area.
Mhm.
The sun would go behind or beyond the atmospheric deck of opacity, that I call it. But in Antarctica, that atmospheric deck of opacity could be 1,000 miles farther, or who knows how it's going to operate. So, and again, we see the sun in. I think we see it in the dome, like we see it in a windshield, in a car. And so they're closer to the dome down there. And we kind of learned that with rainbows recently. I don't know. It's like there's so many possibilities of what could happen down there. One thing I know they're not going to let them see is the sunset. That's the only thing I know for sure.
I mean, they can't do that. You're right.
Well, I mean, they're not going to.
that
If the
happens,
sun
they're
sets down
screwed.
there, they're not going to stop it. They're just going to hide it.
Dave, don't they have some sort of a time restriction too, where they have to be in their tent for like?
On 9/11, there was an airplane that flew by the towers. That just before they exploded, it literally was going right towards the tower. There was an airplane, and then then the towers blew up, and the plane just flew away. The couple of people that saw it, they said the plane was like really hard to see, kind of like it had that skin underneath it, projecting the sky from above. But when it's flying by, the building exploded, and everyone looked at the explosion. No one's looking at the building, and in their minds, the plane hit the building. Right, so that's the same thing down there. Whatever's going on with the sun, they have that tokamak, if that's what they're using, or projector, whatever. You're going to be looking at that. You're not going to be looking the other way. It's going to be a big magic trick, whether it's natural or fake.
Yeah, let me just share this. The way we see these pictures of this tokamak right here, mind you, it's inside a building scenario, right? But what I did find out is that most of these projects have these glass panes, right? The window panes that you can take off. It's all steel covered. All around it's still covered, but right here I found one that you can see that they can remove the panes from the spherical like steel structure right there. And if this is some kind of giant glowing nuclear fusion reaction, right? Like if it generates a lot of heat, it must generate a lot of light. And all it has to do is light up a area of a 50 squared miles, and that's it. It doesn't have to light up such a big area that they will be seeing it from Argentina.
They're going to have, I mean, because of the coffee cup caustic, they have daylight down there. That's fully explainable on a flat earth. No one disagrees with that. But having that thing floating in the sky, burning as a ball, I don't see how they're going to get sunspots on it. To me, that's far-fetched. I'm not going to rule it out. I don't know enough about it, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah, but Dave, who did actually look at the sun already and tell you that, hey, look at the sun, there's sunspots on it from Antarctica? Nobody did. So even if
it would be the same sun that we see in South Carolina. So we'll have people in South Carolina charting the sunspots that day.
Yeah, but, right.
No, that's something that is measurable, and that is a good test. I mean, one of the I told Jaron to bring I sent them some magnifying glasses to see if you can burn paper, at noon and burn it at midnight with the sun to see if it's the same sun. Interesting. Not sure if it's gonna, if it works, it doesn't rule anything out. But if it doesn't work, it kind of suspicious.
I have a chessboard up there. Gio,
What's that?
Is that you with the chessboard up there? You play chess?
No, which chessboard? I have no
I
chessboard.
see.
There is on
Whoever's
the.
got
I
the
don't know
big
if it's an
picture up
ad.
has it.
Hey, shout out to Ironworks 90,000 for this super sticker, brother. There's a link in the chat if you want to jump in on the panel.
Yeah, let him up, man.
I'm gonna wrap up in a couple minutes.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that argument of how east coast of Brazil and Ushuaia, how Ushuaia gets the sunlight before the east coast of Brazil? Have you ever heard that argument?
Is it a flat Earth argument or a globe argument?
It's a globe Earth argument. Yes.
Yeah.
They use it against us.
I think
I
Brazil
deciphered it, bro.
is what's the argument?
So the argument is that because the Earth is a globe, Ushuaia gets sunlight before Brazil does. But the way that Brazil and Ushuaia is put on the map, based on the flat Earth map, the South American continent is skewed to the left side, and Ushuaia is more west than Brazil is. But Ushuaia does get sunlight before Brazil. That's
Right.
not because the Earth is a globe. It's because of daylight savings. Let me show you. Well, hold on.
Oh,
hold
is that
on.
what it is? Is that what it is?
Oh yeah, bro. That's it, man.
Yeah.
Let me show you. Hold on.
Oh man. Now there's certain areas that that get the sun sets earlier and rises later than other places that it should be the same, and that's because one of them has mountains in the distance, east and west of them, 100, 200 miles away, there's mountains. And the other one is out in the middle of the ocean and there's nothing. And therefore they'll get the sun longer. They'll get the light longer because there's a physical horizon before the optical horizon. Go ahead, let me see. I'm looking.
Yeah, look at that. That's it. See how
That's hooked around there. I see it. Yeah.
South America is pretty wide, right? It's not small. And you have the western coast of Brazil at -3, and also all the way down there at -3. Even though if you look higher up at where it's the green area, it's -4, not -3. So it's just daylight savings. And the arguments that the Globers use on TikTok is that daylight savings has nothing to do with the time that the sun rises. I mean, what the fuck? Daylight savings is because they don't the clocks are not that perfected.
Oh yeah. Someone was
rises.
mentioning. Gio, someone was mentioning on TikTok about this, right? That the time change that they did from the summer to now, that 3 hours that the sun used to set at 9 and now it's suddenly at 6 instead of being at 7, right? And
Right.
I don't know if many people thought over it, that it was just like the shift was very fast, but the biological clock had not been, our circadian rhythm has not adapted to it because it looks very strange.
Yeah. I mean, look at this map. Isn't this weird that Argentina still has -3 and Brazil has -3? But right above it, you'll see -4, and even Peru -5. They haven't changed it. That's why they can get away with it. They haven't changed Argentina's time zone to -4, and that's why they can get away with that 1 hour right there, saying that, hey, the sun does rise before the sun in Ushuaia does rise. Not in Ushuaia, like
That's
South.
pretty funny.
Yes, I mean,
That's
it's
all
so
they have.
easy.
They just have nonsense. Just like we don't make up stupid shit. We just tell it the way it is.
Yeah,
They can't all be in on it.
exactly.
Yeah, I want to say something about Gene. You said jokingly they can all be on it. I actually think that is the possibility, and one thing that I think the easiest thing to fake it for them, if they are all in on it.
Yeah. No, I say that a lot because I'm only kidding, because I know they all are in on it.
Oh yeah, guys. guys.
Go.
We are almost 4 hours.
Wow.
4 hours almost today. So we discussed a lot of things in the starting too with Joe videos, a lot of. So if you guys missed it, do check that out. And yeah, we will have last thoughts on tonight's podcast. Whoever wants to go first.
Okay, can I just
Yeah, I'll jump off. I just wanted to say, I really think. Or let me ask this question first to the panel. Do you guys know if anyone has an exact mileage for the Antarctic Circle there, like
I
down
mean,
to the ice wall?
yeah, I mean exactly. We don't know, but it's about 50,000 miles. That's
I think it's closer to 70. And the reason I say that, let me just say this. So do you guys know what like in architecture people use the circle compasses? It's a pencil compass.
Yep.
To draw circles. Okay. So if you were to take a radius, let's scale it down from miles like 24,901 to like to inches, like 24.9 inches, right? And then it would be like 3.95 inches for the radius. Now, if you took from the equator, the 24,901 or 24.9 inches being the equator, and you were to measure down to the very tip of South America, and then from South America to the very tip of
Antarctica.
blah, 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 Antarctica. There you go. And then you put your circle compass back on the radius, right? The very center of our realm, and then you stretch that out to where the tip of Antarctica would be, right? And then draw one more big circle. And you have to have a key, of course, like say every inch being 1,000 miles, right? And then you measure around, you're looking at closer to 65, 70,000, in my opinion. But I'll land there. I don't know for sure, but that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome, brother. Thanks for passing by, brother.
Yeah, good to see you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. God bless you all, man, and keep up the good fight, man. Hey, Dave, when do you guys think you might land on a decision for the meme contest? Because I really need some dome coins, man.
I think did the contest end already? And then on December 1st, we're announcing the winner.
Awesome. Well, keep me in mind.
Yeah,
I'm just joking.
did
Thank you, guys.
You added some memes?
Well, I did. What I did is I did something a little different. Instead of doing a still shot meme, I did a video meme, and it was the one of the.
Oh wait, which one was yours?
The Matrix.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Okay.
That's a good one.
I'm glad you like it.
Awesome.
All right, guys. Much love, and hope everyone has a good night.
All right, and I'm
Take
gonna
care,
jump.
brother.
Yeah.
I have no final thoughts.
Hey, Dave, before you go,
Got them all out already.
before you go, what do you think of this?
Of that, what I'm looking at?
Yeah,
I think it's pretty cool.
right. I have a video, man, and I wish you can promote it. Like that would be awesome.
What is it? What is it that I'm looking at? Is it just a model or is it an animation? What am I looking at?
No, it's a model. Like I can do anything that I want to with it.
Anything that send me anything that I can use. I'll use it.
I have a compass.
Dave, Gio is part of the Antikythera project we got
sweet.
going on. He's
Nice.
Diesel, bro. He's awesome.
Yeah, man.
I always say,
am
listen, you guys see all my interviews and stuff. Any graphics that you guys think like, hey, I wish he had this graphic, send it to me. Like I suck.
I'm gonna send you one.
Robert Tazi just sent me some cool maps I'm gonna use, and there's all sorts of stuff out there. So
Yeah,
I appreciate all the help.
I'm linking up with this girl that that does know really good how to do graphics, way better than me. She's like finishing off her PhD with it, and we synchronize together, and we can do something way better than this. So I
Cool.
hope to see that be getting done. Yeah, where can I send this, Dave?
There's a contact form right on my website, but Dave at flatearthdave.com works.
All right, awesome, man.
All right.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah. Good
Thanks,
job,
Dave.
guys.
Good to see you, bro.
Yep. It's
Take
always
care.
good to keep thinking and not rule out anything. And just everybody relax. It's gonna be okay.
Oh yeah, relax. Everything is gonna be okay. Like Dave, Jaren and Austin are not coming back with the sunset footage.
They're
I,
gonna
I
come
have
back.
a, I have final thought. I think they will do it actually in the studio because I found out that ALE company will accommodate them and they will take them 3 kilometers or 4 outside of the camp, so
Yeah.
they can have undisrupted view. So I
Yeah.
think they will actually enter a state of the art Hollywood fucking studio, and they are all in on it.
That's definitely what's gonna happen for sure.
Great.
Well,
Thanks.
Okay, thanks guys,
take
thanks a
care.
Thanks,
lot.
brother. See you next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to
Yeah.
be real, right? That's like they are in the belly of the beast, right?
Mm.
The other thing is don't listen to the Globers. Like, don't just stop listening to them. They're like, Jaren's already a flat earth, a Glober. No, he's not. He's just an honest guy, and and
Uh,
he's it. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine.
but I mean they are in the belly of the beast when they do go down there, right?
Oh, they
That's
are.
what,
They,
you know what
they
I
are.
mean?
I wanted nothing to do with it. Like, was it you that said Satan invited me? Would I go? I'm like, I didn't go because Satan invited
Yeah, exactly.
Hilarious.
me. Yeah. So, all right. Peace out. See ya.
Take care.
All
Yeah.
right, Dave. See you soon, man.
Are you shutting down, Vikka? You shutting down? Or you staying on?
Yeah. Yeah, dude. It's almost 4 hours, dude. And yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I'm so sorry, man. I haven't been like responsive in the chat. I've just got a job. It's a manager's job, and I'm doing like 10 hours a day. And it's just a short time job for me to like have some extra cash for the end of the year, and like beyond 2nd of December, I'll be more like open, like and free.
Oh yeah,
Awesome,
brother.
bro.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We all have things to do in life, right? We all, right, for sure.
Yeah.
Whenever we all can contribute a little bit for the cause, it's always good. So, regarding that, I will say that people, if they want to join us on the Telegram group with the Antikythera Mechanism project, yeah, do contact us. We are looking for people who can collaborate. We have team of engineer. We are looking for people with the different more skills who can help in the project, in research or in budgeting, in logistic, in social media, in creating an app. Wherever you can fit in, you're welcome. Contact any one of us. Contact Ironwork, who's there in the chat, or Gene, me, right, to add you all to the Telegram group. Soon we'll try to make other groups other than Telegram, so that people who don't use Telegram can join us there. So yeah, if you think you can add in and fit in, we are looking for people to collaborate on this Antikythera mechanism project. For sure, we want to add more addition and input, like optical things, like how Joe Hanvey that we discussed, right? So it's all growing together. We want more brainstorming about that too. So wherever you want to fit in, you're welcome to contact us and be a part of that amazing project, because I think it is required for the future generations. As I always mention, that just debating over it and this is all going to go somewhere or not, but something tangible for the future generations to know what this realm is, right? So I think we all do have an ideas of what it could be, all the facts and gadgets and how these things work, this intelligent design. It's there, in everywhere we look. So it's just getting it all together and putting it all together for a complete picture. So at least we can try to do that. Yeah. Who wants to go next? Last thoughts.
Yeah, I'm just saying that maybe with this girl maybe I can add her also to the project, because my time is limited. Everybody's time is limited. Let me just say that. But the more people we have, right, the more
Oh
people
yeah.
the more people can contribute to the finished project. And that will
Oh
take
yeah.
less time off of everybody that's actually doing like this the modeling side, the graphical side,
The
you know.
side, yeah, the
Yeah.
organization side, yeah. The
When you
organizing it's more important than like really starting to do, because once it's organized, everybody know what they have to do, and then the project progress, right? So
I honestly, bro, I really got scared when you sent me that project. I was like, holy hell, that's a lot of gears to design, bro. I
but
was like,
slowly, brother,
wow.
slowly,
No,
slowly and
exactly.
steady, yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure, man. I'm pretty sure that there's a way to make it faster, right? Let's
Okay,
start doing it, and once you get into the, like, the loop, maybe it
yeah.
will go a lot faster. You know what I mean? All right, brother.
Oh, oh yeah. Thanks for
Take
passing
care.
by, Joe.
No
Joe,
problem. Have
yeah,
a good night.
Yeah, good to
yeah.
see you,
You too.
bro.
Take care, Gene.
I see you too,
Everybody in the
bro.
chat, have a good day.
Congratulations, man.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. Anybody just hop into my channel and you see this model right here, check it out. Give it a like, share it out. Take care,
Oh
guys.
yeah, oh yeah.
Bro,
Find it.
put your put your link in the chat real quick, man. I'll get you.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, Geo. You can find Geocentric with the same handle on TikTok too, or on Discord, or many other places. Yeah, here
oh
on
yeah,
YouTube. So yeah.
yeah. I'll hop out and I drop the link in the chat. Hope, yeah. All right, guys.
Cool, man.
Take care.
Definitely. All right, bro.
Bye.
Yeah, guys, I thought I had a great time on this show, man. I'm not committing to any decisions on what I think that's going to happen. You know, I do know that they are, you know, several decades ahead of us in the street, or in society. So yeah, a lot of interesting topics, points of topic came up tonight that are very interesting. So I'm gonna wait until it's all over, and then I'm gonna dissect what we get from these guys. I agree with Dave. I don't know Austin or Jaron, but to compromise them, I don't know. I don't. I just don't. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. After all those years of work they put in, what would that take? For these guys to jump a fence like that, and then all the backtracking they'd have to do. So 24-hour sun down there, 12-hour sun down there, still doesn't flatten out the water. It still doesn't, fix the long distance photography that we have. It doesn't add a solid barrier container to the atmospheric pressure that we have. So no, I'm really looking forward to it. I really am. A couple of weeks away, under 3 weeks. So it'll be a nice gift for Thanksgiving, for what is it, Christmas, right? So yeah. So guys, thanks in the chat. I had a good time in the chat tonight with everybody too. If you're celebrating Thanksgiving, I hope you have safe travels and some great family time, some good friend time. And enjoy. That's what it's about. With celebration or not, whatever you believe in. But it's always good to, like I say, get to the meetups and the conferences, and spend time with your family during these these allotted holidays that they give us, right? I think that if we weren't under such an oppressive, whatever you want to call it, force, government, whatever, that I think most of our days would be more like holidays with our families and friends. And that's part of the reason I'm really into being in this community with you guys, because we know that there's a better world out there for us, and sometimes it feels like it's this close, and maybe it is. So it'd be great to see it all here with you guys. I love you all, and have a great week, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for the show, Vikka. It was a good surprise. I was out up until like an hour before the show. I was like, oh shit. So
Yeah, sometime, like, without planning, things work more for
Yeah.
good, right? So yeah, absolutely. We don't know what the hell is gonna happen. That's why we are doing all this to like have different opinion, have different ideas, and see it from every angle, right? And as I said, we respect every different opinion and idea that the people have, because this is what about this. It looks like it's all prepared, right? We are not saying who can be compromised or who is or who is not, but what it looks like from the outer perspective, like these people are prepared
Yeah.
for to make sure that we don't see a setting sun. Looks like, right? And it's too obvious. It's too obvious, right? So they always did that. They made a hit piece. They always faked it because they know they cannot make it, right? But in this part here, we are not. Think there is a possibility of faking it. There, if there is no chance of 24-hour sun on flat realm, but maybe it is. Who knows, right? And just that the people need to see in every angle, because as we said, the Earth is flat. Nobody can change that fact, right? But do we understand this mysterious sky? What is doing this holographic, this amazing sacred geometrical dance with the amazing sound that creates from this intelligent design? Can you predict, right? Can you really say what it is? So everything might be possible. Like Joe has shown his models and his amazing research, like psychedelic has shown, and there are many more people with real tangible science also explaining not in a CGI but in real analog things, with gears, with optics, with dome, with real maths, right? So we need to be open for everything. So there's a place where people can come, flat earthers, and think, okay, if there is a 24-hour sun on flat earth, how it would work, right? The star trails are showing, the luminaries are showing, the people are saying in the southern part what they are seeing, in which direction it's moving, right? So yeah, this is what it's all about. So all I want to say is thank you, Joe, thank you everybody who was here on the panel, right? Thank you, Dave, and thanks, Gene, and yeah, thanks to everyone who was here with today with us in the chat, and thanks Geocentric too. So yeah, there you have it, guys. Let's see where this goes. We are there. We are right on there, making sure. So we will see how it goes. All right. So thank you everybody for being here. This is Vikka signing out, guys. Make sure you check us out on the next episode of Heliopsychosis podcast. See you, everyone. Bye, everyone.
Night, guys.